This guy is the strongest hunter and a regressor who's already watched the world and more times than anyone should, and he has only one goal: find the 4 dragon hatchlings scattered across the world. In every previous timeline, these hatchlings are bullied, hunted down, and killed by humans before they ever get the chance to grow up. Their deaths send the adult dragons into a full-blown rage, and they invade Earth for revenge. Jite fights back every single time. He solo slaughters dragons by the dozens and hundreds, and it still isn't enough. No matter how many dragons he kills, more keep coming until the entire planet is wiped out. So this time, he decides to change his approach. Rather than waiting for the invasion, he's going to find the dragon hatchlings first. They look exactly like ordinary humans, and his plan is simple. Take them in, protect them, and give them the happy childhood they never had. This way, he'll stop the apocalypse before it ever begins. His first destination is Italy to meet the first hatchling. Jitai encounters his first target, and thanks to his system's special ability, he's basically Duolingo in human form, capable of using every single language in the world. The green-haired petite girl questions his identity and intentions with her, to which he responds saying he's got some business between them. She realizes that this man knows about her. He confirms this fact and then asks if she knows about him all the same. Without even hesitating, the ominous girl confirms his name as Jite, showcasing that she knows everything. Now our boy wasn't expecting to get doxxed like that, so he shifts his tone into a serious one and asks where she heard about him. The girl points him to his ID badge because of his formal attire as a policeman. It's written out in the open. She quits her joking tone, hilariously revealing that she has absolutely no idea who he is or what his deal is. Be that as it may, there is one thing she knows with absolute confidence, and it's that the absolute unit of a man standing before her eyes is supremely powerful. Considering the scenic view, a man of such power doesn't belong here in this place. Both of her judgments are accurate, so he simply averts his gaze. That leads the girl to wonder about his real intention, if he's some kind of assassin sent here to kill her ass. Jite denies any such possibility, so then she assumes that it must be related to some kind of super-secret kidnapping mission. Our boy basically agrees that this is what it's going to be. She weirds him the hell out by asking if he's the type of freaky Reddit furry who gets a boner for dragons. Jit is done with her goofing personality and assures the hatchling that his purpose is to protect her this time. This means that if she doesn't follow his advice, he's going to have to use forceful means just to bend her to his will. An interesting revelation about the Green Dragon clan comes with their special eyesight. They can immediately grasp the scope of a situation, making them far more perceptive than other clans. Long story short, she's basically scanning his intentions even now since she's a member of the Green Dragon clan. But when it comes to our tall, brooding, and fed-up protagonist, he basically threatens her to make the correct decision. Entertaining the idea of going along with his ridiculous plan, the Green Dragon is hoping that he'll at least treat her sweetly wherever he keeps her. Jite confirms that he'll make sure of that. And in the end, even the dragon admits that she has virtually no choice here at all. He's going to kidnap her one way or another, but the least he can do is treat her like a guest. That's all she cares about. She even puts up a pinky promise finger to show sincerity from each side. Interestingly, Jite takes note of her shaking hand, and I'm guessing he goes along with the gesture, just to make her feel safe. In the next scene, the green hatchling wakes up with messy hair, a little flustered to wonder if her tall prince is awake. Weirdly enough, I think she looks a lot like Tatsumaki, but with longer hair. She ends up finding him in the living room where Jitai seems to be communicating with his ability. He instructs his shadow to go to a certain place for a mission. This is one of his abilities called the Shadow of the Grand Duke, allowing him to summon an identical clone inhabiting 50% of his powers. The clone manifests in his image, acting subservient to its master in order to obey his command. He moves along and crosses by the Green Dragon, who politely says hello, reflecting how it's a perfect recreation. The real Jite assures her that she's got nothing to do with his other self, and turns out that this guy is actually the one who does all the police work for him. Bro is basically using shadow clone jutsu to work his 9 to 5. Now that's smart. Anyway, she realizes quickly that this man doesn't go to work at all, but Jite argues that he's technically working because the clone is one of his abilities. The more important factor is him sticking by her side, basically providing her the service of a bodyguard. She buys that explanation and sits next to him, suggesting they have breakfast. Gita is surprised that she mentioned that while she playfully teases him to eat something because he even skipped dinner last night, and even then, he rejects her offer. Bro is following Brian Johnson's protocol to keep those calories low for sure. The green dragon pouts, saying how weird it is that the owner of the house doesn't even eat while she gets to do whatever. Gita counters by asking why she bothers eating thrice a day when dragons can easily live without needing to eat any food. The playful dragon basically tells his depressed ass that life is more than just survival, and eating makes her happy. This is something that surprises him a little, so she gets up immediately afterwards and orders him to come grocery shopping with her. Bro rejects that offer too, but the green dragon is insistent, emphasizing that she wants to show him the power of breakfast. Fast forwarding to a shopping mart, we arrive in a busy place of people. Their attention isn't focused on their own shopping, but towards an alluring goddess who looks like a celebrity from afar. Jite walks with the pretty dragon, realizing that couples are literally fighting each other just because they're walking by. With their shopping finished, Jite complains that they've brought way too much food. The reason she did this is simple. It's because this man doesn't keep any food in his kitchen. Bro doesn't even have cooking utensils. She wants to take care of that station from now on. That's why she's dying to serve him some real breakfast for once. A grumpy Jite demands her to leave everything at home so they can eat outside, and this is something that bugs her. Turns out that they have to go somewhere immediately, a place where she needs to come along. He also thinks it's past breakfast time, and it makes her feel sad because she hadn't shopped in a while. She follows his lead, asking where they need to go, to which Jitai explains that there is some more stuff she needs before she starts living with him properly. He asked her to catch up since they've got a lot to do. In the next scene, a creepy egghead PDF file is gooning over the pretty girl. Jite reminds this dumbass to focus on his work unless he wants to lose his remaining eyeball as well. Next, they head over to the receptionist to receive their documents. They also grab a bunch of accessories and meddle with the system shortly afterwards. The long day comes to an end with the registration process of her ID card. Ubum is now a member of the city, though she finds it strange to have one at all. Gita catches on and asks if she's never had one before, to which Boem explains she didn't even have a bank account in her name. In his head, Bro is questioning how this dragon survived all this time. By the way, she's curious why he chose to give her Boem as a name. It's actually because Jit copied it from one of the 4 seasons, one for each different dragon. She likes the name Ubom, expressing how spring is the one season where life flourishes on Earth, so it's a gorgeous name. Despite all that, she finds him terrifying even now. Thanks to her eyes, every fiber of her being is telling her not to fuck with this man because she's gonna find out real bad. At the same time, Baum believes that he's a good person, though he thinks her assumption is off after only meeting him for one day. The green dragon argues that her intuition is far sharper than the rest of the world. That's why, with radiant confidence, she sweetly asks if it's fine for her to keep watching him a little longer. This marks a tremendous step in Jitai's personal journey of his previous hopeless regressions. He'd never been able to make her smile before. Right now, his eyes felt heavy as he looked up at the sky, pleasantly admitting that things started off great. But somewhere on a wasteland stranded in the African continent, there's a crimson-haired dragon tormenting her opponent. The bald head has a negative IQ because even in this situation, he tries to rage bait her, only to get his face smashed in while she takes great joy in his suffering. She's even disappointed that he died too early, but no matter. Because out of 199 battles, this musketeer has won every single one of them, making her wonder who her next opponent is going to be. We get a little backstory on what's going on in Africa. A terrorist organization, Barkada, is being utilized by demonic humans, annihilating 1,400 civilians in the process. One report suggests the findings of an African vigilante, a teenage girl that the media dubs as Night Hunter. She's single-handedly facing Barkada. Chite reads this and realizes that he has to step in and make a move. Bomb calls from the other kitchen stating that dinner's ready. Now he probably was expecting some kind of Michelin star top-tier meal, but what he finds is a fuming mess that looks genuinely unappetizing. Bro is so depressed just looking at it, while the pure girl curiously asks of his impressions. She found a dish involving the use of sardines during her visit to the UK. That's why she decided to pair it with rice, knowing Koreans love it. Bro takes a spoonful, and his soul is literally watching this dead fish begging to be put out of its misery. It's not even food at this point. It's a goddamn poison. GD switches topics and reveals his intentions of grabbing the red dragon. Bomb pouts in sadness, reflecting that it's gonna be a real mess grabbing her. She's not someone who would easily come along if he just asks. That's actually why this guy is intending on using bomb to help with the persuasion, though she doesn't think her involvement is going to help much. Both dragons are from different houses, so it's a little awkward. By the way, bro still hasn't taken a bite of this corpse of a meal. Baum explains that all dragon houses want different things. While she loves building things personally, the red dragons have a different nature. They're more tending when it comes to war and violence. They love showing off their dominance, which is why using force isn't going to help. To red dragons, their pride and honor means everything, so defeat basically means death. Though Jite understands this, he also thinks it's dangerous if he doesn't go out and rescue her soon. Because hidden in the same wasteland is a powerful warrior coming to get her. And if he doesn't do anything, she's bound to get killed by this person. That's why he wants Bomb to come so that they don't have to fight and settle things easily. She watches him blankly, which really baffles him. The spring dragon really finds it odd that he's asking her help out in the open because initially, he gives her the impression that he's the do-it-all workaholic who never asks for anyone else's help. She's so astonished by his request that she agrees right away, emphasizing that she also wants Red to survive. However, this playful dragon has one single condition. She has to finish the food sitting in front of him. She caught his ass putting his spoon down during their conversation. Okay, guys. I think our protagonist is gonna get killed, so maybe this story is done for. Bro basically internalizes that he's fucked and takes the bite that will make his toilet cry. In the next scene, we find ourselves at the wasteland where Red is wreaking havoc. She's destroyed nearly a dozen soldiers, calling each of them weak as she smacks them around with ease. She really wanted her 200th battle to be something more than just boring, so much so that Red is beginning to contemplate moving to another continent because Africa doesn't have anyone to fight her. She remembers that Green is doing well in Europe and wonders if she should catch up with her. 2 soldiers are spying on her despite being the elite members of their team. They watch their comrades get obliterated by a single girl. At this point, she's less of a girl and more of a war machine. Knowing that they're falling short in strength, the men desperately cling to the hope of their leader. Not that it matters, because Red catches them whispering and jumps them. One of them tries to shoot her, but it's far too late as she's inches away from cutting him down. Suddenly, bright yellow flashes of light distract her. A pulsing yellow mana ray then smacks her all the way back. Red is barely able to block it with her sword, questioning why this attack is so strong. She strengthens her grip and exerts her might to cut down the mana beam, terrifying the soldiers who barely survive. The warrior destined to defeat and kill her has at last arrived. Javier is here to hunt the Night Hunter, and I'm not gonna lie. Bro looks like he maxed out his drip stat. He's affiliated with the African Union and is classified as the 8th strongest superhuman. Red comments her intrigue. She's genuinely happy to meet the leader at last. The warrior is astonished by how young this girl seems, basically a teenager at most. It's actually the reason why Red wore that mask. It's because no one would bother facing her properly without it. Javier is stunned that she's refusing to surrender even after experiencing the gap between their strengths. But this feisty dragon doesn't care about her weapon. Her pride is everything. She would rather die standing than live on her knees. Did you get that reference? Pulsing with overwhelming red mana, she uses Naruto's tailed beast cloak to attack him. The first strike misses, the second kick is blocked with his heavy sword, and the third punch is also defended. During these hits, Red builds the momentum to expose an opening and lands the mightiest nut-busting dick-destroying punch that humanity has ever known. But to her shock, this man's ding-dong is more powerful than Goku because he doesn't even flinch, the definition of having balls of titanium. Now Javier has noticed that the little girl probably never had the misfortune of fighting someone more powerful than her. That's why she had easy fights, which is why she will die foolishly because of her pride. Javier whips his blade to put an end to her talent, and with a single slash, he nearly takes her head clean off. Meet the most aura-inducing sword of all time, the Sword of Ra. Goddamn. Now that's fucking metal. Wielding its special ability, he readies to finish her off. Even the red dragon knows she's incapable of dodging this attack, which is why she has to defend it head-on. The slash severs the horizon, dealing a heavy blow to his opponent. Red crashes into the wall, somehow surviving the impact. Javier observed how she managed to energize her arms in that exact moment to survive the lethal blow. This means he needs to up his output to properly defeat her. When the dust settles, Red is nowhere to be found. He thinks she ran away when in reality, Green has come to save her. Even then, she couldn't help herself from blabbing in shock, questioning what she's doing here. Baum assures her that she's here to help Red, and using her healing powers, she cures her injuries. Red didn't know she would pop up out of nowhere like that, while Baum explains that she was told by someone about her situation. Pissed off after being healed, she rants at the green dragon for meddling with her fights again. Maintaining her pride as the red dragon, she refuses to give up until she dies in combat. However, Baum catches her attention by stating how her death could change everything. The consequences of her death will fall upon others, and deep down, Baum knows that not even Red wants their amusement to end. She personally wants to stay on Earth and enjoy, and she hopes that Red sees that vision and cooperates with her. It genuinely astonishes the red dragon, but she thinks it's hopeless to run away against a monstrous opponent like Javier. To that, the green dragon assures her that she's got her man to take care of that. The way she worded it is strange, but ultimately, the Grim Reaper himself has appeared on the battlefield. Javier looks around to question his identity. Jite responds coldly, stating that he's his escort to hell. The scene cuts off too and meets us with the yellow dragon, who can sense Green's lingering presence on him. Excitedly, the little sunshine questions who he is, immediately recognizing that he's not a bad person. Back to the battle of the two aura farmers. Javier thinks it's weird for this guy to come help the little girl escape. Instead of fighting head-on, Jitty offers the warrior a chance to just stop the fight. This is an insulting remark to him, who walks up to our guy pissed that this dude came out of nowhere barking orders at him. He thinks that Red has crossed the line, but Jit argues that she's never killed anyone at all. The warrior takes great offense, but Jit personally assures him that he's going to take the girl away, urging them to settle this affair peacefully. Refusing his offer, Javier grabs his sword, gathering the might of RA in his blade. As he's about to slash the man before him, Javier emphasizes that this is the territory of their organization. As one of the investigators, he's going to arrest both of them, saying as much. He unleashes the full swing of the same sword slash he inflicted upon Red. The destructive output literally obliterates everything in its way, scarring the earth with a trail. What's interesting is that Javier for sure knows his attack wouldn't have killed this guy, especially if he's affiliated with the red girl. Speaking of which, Jutai basically pulls a "he's right behind me, isn't he" card on his ass. Javier knows he's cooked, while my man reminds the superhuman that he's only ranked 8th among all of them, basically trash-talking him down. Javier hastens to draw his sword again, questioning how this dude managed to speed blitz him. But what if his golden sword if his limbs aren't there to wield it? His arm goes flying with a single cut, while the wielder of the dark comes up to remind him only once that he's making a huge mistake by taking this fight. Then he gives him an alibi to go and report to his organization. Javier will report that the girl overwhelmed him more than he could handle, and then he couldn't respond to the creature's attacks, resulting in both his arms being severed in the process, even his eyes, which is why he lost track of the escaping targets. By the way, the creepiest and scariest part about this is that Jit has only cut one arm so far. To make his story fit, this man literally puts his energy blade next to Javier's eyes as he pleads for mercy and slash. His world goes dark, and he can never experience wielding his weapon again. The only reason Jite went so far is because he knows there are healing superhumans within the organization capable of regenerating limbs and even eyes. But the one thing they can't heal is the sheer amount of terror this man has inflicted within Javier. That trauma will stay with this guy for his life. Jite used fear as his instrument to perfectly suit his goals. Next, he stares down the red-haired dragon, who looks like she's seen a ghost before her eyes. The same fear has now been inflicted in her, achieving his second goal. Red thinks this guy is a fucking monster in the face of a human, but Green explains that he's actually just a regular dude. Red calls bullshit, stating that she's nothing more than a stupid lizard in comparison. Jite tells the little dragon that she'll be living under his protection from this point forward. He'll allow both of them enough freedom to do whatever they want and is even ready to support their dreams. But the moment they abandon his protection, he won't be merciful in his methods. Right away, Bomb comes to the rescue, preventing the other dragon from saying something stupid at this moment. She even winks at our boy to imply that it's a job well done. From this moment onwards, he declares Yoram as her new name with the intention of explaining it later. While Yoram is venting frustrations on her friend, our boy reports the situation to the main body. Did you get it yet? All this time, this man was his shadow clone, not even the real thing. Right around this time, the real Jit is in the Amazonian rainforest playing with sunshine over here. He commends his clone and reflects on how it would have been difficult to safely secure Yoram all alone. That's why the green dragon's involvement was needed here. The pretty yellow-haired girl sits down to ask him who he just talked to. He doesn't say anything, but she teases him by reminding him that his smartwatch is sitting on her wrist. This is the gold dragon, and just like every other gold dragon, they love attention. In 6 of her lives, the gold dragon spent 2 of them reveling in fame. However, the one dragon who grew the most popularity simultaneously caused the most destruction among them. Even though she wanted the love of thousands, it came at a cost. Think of it like a pretty rose that came with its sharp thorns. It's also the reason she's currently stranded in the middle of nowhere to avoid attention. Anyway, while she's openly expressing herself about how cool the smartwatch is, he genuinely asks her what she's doing here at all. The question stuns her, but GT explains that the gold dragon is supposed to revel among humans. Instead, she's out here with monsters all by herself. His observation shocks her, but apparently, the green dragon told her all about this one's information. Hearing her name, she dances around, flocking, and confirming her assumption that he knows green. Keeping it straight, Jit bluntly asks if she's truly afraid of humans now. His words shake her to her core. The pretty angel admits that she isn't scared of them, having shared a space around them before. Instead, she's terrified. The creeps among them looked at her with predatory eyes, even following her around. Deep down, she's just a baby who's afraid of those things, so she isolated herself. Changing topics, Jitai asks if she likes bread. She reminds him that she's a dragon, so she doesn't really need to eat. Snapping his fingers, he activates his subdimension with so much space inside that it can devour a city whole. The many limbs of his dimension personally come to deliver a bag full of treats. It kind of reminds me of Mahito's domain expansion. Anyway, Gold's eyes glitter in joy when she sees a bunch of different treats. He hands the whole thing over to her for free while she's out here salivating over donuts and blueberry egg tarts. Using this as a crutch, GD offers the gold dragon a second chance at life, an opportunity to come live with him with the promise of seeing her friends too. She can get to experience all the entertainment with her allies without worrying. Munching on her treats, she sadly remembers her mother's warning not to follow strangers. Jit deploys the ultimate response by promising her macarons in return, and apparently, that's all he needs to kidnap her because this girl is down for it. In the next scene, we return to Jit's space. Joram gazes at the cityscape, looking a little annoyed with the recent changes she experienced. She saw 2 powerful monsters way more powerful than her, hurting her pride. Bomb watches her from afar, knowing that the red dragon is struggling to settle with the truth. As for Jite, he has returned with another Labubu in his collection. She's still talking about the delicious food while munching on her sweets. Suddenly, she takes a bite out and feels an electric reaction. This macaron knocked the wind out of her to the point she compares it to the taste of heaven while she looks adorable as ever. Green welcomes them back while Gold is ecstatic to see her fellow dragon. Both of them are happy to embrace each other in a long hug, expressing how the two missed each other. Their positive nature is bouncing off each other as Gold questions how long Green has been living with Jitai. While they're catching up with Red, Jitai retrieves his clone and thanks him for his excellent service. For now, he stationed the guy back to work. Red returns from the balcony, catching his attention. Right away, she appears bummed out by his presence, but Gold is the happiest to see her. Acting like a clingy attention seeker, she surrounds herself by being noisy and asking questions, even teasing Yoram for doing all the bad things like the red dragon she is. Yoram snaps her little yapping beak, calling her a sheiklet and then roaring at her for being annoying. Poor sheiklet got scolded, but it's time for a proper session. Jite gathers all 3 girls and asks about their ages. The eldest of the 3 is Bomb, who is 20, Joram is 16, and finally Gold is just 10. Dragons grow really fast. This is the sheiklet's way of reminding Jit not to treat them like kids. What caught her attention is how everyone seems to be calling Red as Joram. To fill in the gaps, Bomb explains that it's a name that this guy assigned to everyone with her being Bomb. Even though the dragons haven't had their ritualistic ceremonies yet, they already possess names because of Jitai. Following the trend of seasons, Gold realizes that she's Gale, sharply catching on to Jitai's words. Finally, the necklace around her neck will be Gale, signifying winter. This egg is from a blue dragon, a polymorph that is meant to be born soon, which is why they need to be careful. The dragons are seriously impressed with this human's knowledge of their species, but he doesn't feed them any crumbs and doesn't explain his backstory. Instead, he emphasizes the only thing they need to care about, He gives them total freedom to enjoy their entertainment here, but they're not allowed to leave or make rash decisions. Basically, he's going to be policing them while they're having fun, so they'll be under constant supervision. Ticked off, Joram hilariously calls this dude a communist, something that neither of her friends seem to agree with. Baum steps up as the eldest, agreeing to the term as long as they can have some fun around each other. She even offers her friends a chance to go outside because they're going to need some real documentation for them and supplies. The little chicklet is beaming with happiness while Uriam teases that they don't even have money. To that, Jite throws his wallet to Bam, allowing her to spend and have fun. Being responsible, Bam asks how much they can spend from his reserves. The cool guy turns around and offers them to spend as much as they like. Anyway, the three troublesome dragons go on a shopping spree. And what do you know? They spend freaking over $40,000 in a single day. When they get home with all the fancy and expensive stuff, our boy is sitting there at the back regretting his decisions. Bam comes around to return him his wallet, apologizing for overspending. Even though she wanted to purchase some clothes for him, they couldn't do so because of the credit limit for the day. Jit doesn't mind what happened. Gail grabs his attention, wearing all the pretty outfits to impress him with her looks. She especially bought a smartwatch to match him. The proud father praises her, to which she squeals and thanks him. Then there's Joram, who senses the need to show off her smartwatch. She feels uncomfortable presenting her new weapon too, replacing her previous sword, which was destroyed against Javier. From the looks of it, Jite praises her for buying a solid weapon. It reassures her that she didn't spend money on wasteful equipment. Little Chiclet comes flying with a bunch of clothes she bought for Red to try on, much to her dismay. As for Baum, she reveals how Red suffers the most when it comes to revealing her feelings. But in reality, she's also the most grateful. What really confuses our boy is why Baum didn't seem to buy anything. Actually, she did buy something resting on the table. It's just a potted plant showing how mature and responsible he is. She likes taking care of plants, but Jite doesn't understand her point. Grasping the pot, Bom shares it will nurture into a flower. It will become something dear and memorable in her heart forever. Also, makes her remember about a question she's been meaning to ask. Clearly, their entertainment isn't just basic food and survival. Bom requests Jitai to offer them a better experience of entertainment as long as they're under his supervision. Much to her astonishment, he agrees and whips out an entrance application to Lair Academy, suggesting that they go to school. When the girls return home, Red is annoyed because of the draining interview process. Strangely, they don't find their guardian at home. Suddenly, Gold reveals an uncomforting realization. She's crying like a baby, fearing that she's gonna fail while the other two pass. Yoram is frustrated with her crybaby attitude and thinks this chicklet is better quiet with Bread around. She calls herself a pig, while Jit pops up from behind like a ghost. She immediately jumps to hug him, fearing that they'll fail her after the interview. However, he assures them neither of them will fail. As for where he went, it turns out Gita was out to get something. He even tells Gail that it's something she really likes, so the thought of macarons is already destroying her. But here's the twist. There's something way beyond those things too. We enter into a past sequence playing in Jite's head. He saw how the gold dragon ended up becoming a world-famous pop star. During one of her interviews, she praised the talk show for bringing her yummy food and cooking her favorite dishes. The host asked what she liked eating the most. After giving it some thought, she whips an answer. That answer is revealed to us in the form of fried chicken. All three girls are salivating, but the chicklet is practically dying among them. Yoram is suspicious that she's never had it before. Anyway, our boy distances himself after hearing a buzz on his watch. Bom is a little sad that he's not going to eat alongside them, to which Jite explains that he's fine on his own. She uses her charm and insists that he eats alongside them, but this guy left anyway by then. We discover Jite receiving a call from Lair Academy. They have come to contact him regarding an issue that occurred during the interview process. Surprisingly, not even Baum told him about this. What stuns the admission committee is that Baum landed a perfect score in the interview process. She was so excellent in her approach that the rest of the interviewers were stunned. It's also the reason they wanted to offer a chance to be the candidate leading the entrance ceremony, an offer reserved for only her. In fact, the interviewers directly offered her this opportunity with one small problem. The green-haired girl refused them dead on. Hence the call. They wanted to contact Jitai to try and convince her to take this marvelous opportunity. However, acting as her guardian, this man refuses to bend her to his will. He's just fine abiding by her wishes, and on that note, hangs up the call. Judy doesn't bite the bullet and directly asks her what's up. This leads to a contemplative gaze from Red, who is curious to ask why he's sending them off to the academy. Jit reveals that it's a good way to help them achieve their goals, but Yoram doesn't really care about school. She only cares about fighting strong people and wonders if there are some at the academy. Our boy confirms that the elites in the world should be joining that academy. And even if they're kids, she's a kid all the same. Pissed off, she faces him, taunting him for a proper fight. The red dragon already knows that he's a monster, but she's dying to know just how powerful he really is. The only way to make her follow him is if he can truly make her respect his overwhelming strength. After thinking for a minute, Jit rejects this offer and tells her to go back and eat, a response that pisses her off. She calls him boring and throws him the middle finger, acting like a rebellious child. Instead, the little chicklet comes around offering a bite of the yummy chicken to calm her flaming anger. Despite Yoram's refusal, she shoves it in her mouth anyway, instantly making her realize just how amazing it tastes. Let's zoom out and focus on Lair Academy. It's an educational institution located in the Island of Abundance. In other words, Heitling. The academy allows superhumans to be nurtured and brought up, a special place for those born with powers. However, the cadets who participate in the academy all belong to top families of CEOs, royal houses, and even genius talents. This is one main reason the academy often receives criticism for having a system of hierarchy of only the elite. Anyway, Gale and Baum spend their first day at the academy, finding it to be a really cool experience. Gale has her fan theory for thinking that their guardian is some kind of trust fund baby too, which is why he allowed them to spend that money. But Baum is mature enough to know it's not the case. The good thing is all three of them got in. The Sheiklet is just happy to be there spending time with the others. What bothers her is why Yoram and Jit are absent. Bom remembers that the Red Dragon is headed to the Blue Dragon School for her exams, and he went to accompany her on the way. Adults are required to supervise their children into the academy. This is to make sure that bratty and undisciplined superhumans don't start rampaging around. And when it comes to the Red Dragon, she's a ticking bomb who can act out like a menace. Baum also explains that Uriam's test is necessary for her to earn the right to duel other cadets. This fills Gall up with excitement. She's dying to watch her match. But, unfortunately, Jitai already declined this idea, much to the little girl's disappointment. Bom reveals that it's going to be strange if they went together as people are already eyeing them down. We arrive at the Blue Dragon School's dueling pavilion. Here, cadets are facing each other in 4 different arenas in each respective match. Our guy is looking max level dripped out while watching calmly from the stands. The examiner urges the supervisors to remain calm as they're giving the other cadets needless anxiety. This person formally introduces himself as the head professor of the Blue Dragon School, Weiwan. Each of them are impressed with his dignified looks and polite demeanor, and everyone remembers him as a decorated war hero. But Jite seems quiet, hinting that there's something hidden in plain sight about this guy. He hears the announcement for Yoram's matchup, who goes up inside the arena hoping for this thing to be worth her time, facing her as a blonde young lady with a fierce glare. The Red Dragon is planning to break out of her home if the duel doesn't entertain her. Before the fight, a bunch of other cadets from the audience are placing bets on each side. Some of them are enthralled by their looks, but when it comes to fighting ability, everyone thinks Sofia Vorkova will win. She's had enough experience in RIL after all. It's a special task force of Russia that played a huge role in the Great War. Am I seeing things, or did Truck Kuan also Ice Guy Ghost from Call of Duty in this world? Anyway, the task force is known for its brutal training methods, beyond torturous for each of its members. Sophia's supervisor is her father, who reminds her of everyone's expectations. He wants her to win badly, but this girl just finds the whole thing embarrassing. Taunting her, our tomboy over here calls her a papa's boy, intentionally trying to rage bait her ass into quitting. But this big talk doesn't seem to faze the woman before her. Sophia instills a frightening glare and threatens to kill her, the kind of reaction that this feisty dragon wants in the first place. The spectators are starting to think both of these girls are straight-up psychos, while our boy oversees calmly. The fighters get into position with Sophia tending to her fists and Yoram to her blade. The match begins, and in that exact instant, Sophia flashes with a teleporting speed to nail the first hit. Joram is able to match and block the attack just in time, commending her opponent's speed. Responding in kind, she goes on the offensive for a diagonal slash, forcing Sophia to duck and expose an opening. Using that opening, the excellent combatant slams a clean kick across Urium's side, tearing apart her clothes in the process. Now Urum is really pissed. She only just got these clothes too, but Sophia's not quite done. Placing a formidable step, she fucking teleports again like she's using Ultra Instinct. This time, an epic back-and-forth encounter ensues between the two fighters with Urum mostly going on the defensive to avoid her attacks. Using the cage to her advantage, the red dragon leaps against it for pushback momentum. The two fighters approach each other in a head-on confrontation with Urum looking as beastly as ever. Her fearless assault overwhelms Sophia, who is forced to block her swing with a huge cost. Her forearm bones literally freaking shatter, causing her a great deal of pain. The red dragon knows she's got the upper hand here, so she flash steps at that very same moment to teleport behind, aiming to finish the fight from a backward swing. Joram reminds her prey that she was only toying with her so far, and saying so, she slams such a heavy fist that it knocks her straight towards the cage. Sophia coughs out blood, nearly blacking out from the impact. The match is over with Red towering over her opponent with her sword. Adopting the trash talk of a typical Valorant lobby, Urium basically pulls a GG easy move on her. She goes away thinking very little of the so-called elites in the academy, believing they're just a bunch of losers. The spectators are frightened, seeing how badly Sophia got fucked up right before their damn eyes. As for her opponent, Joram didn't even suffer a scratch. She just played with her food all this time. Some of them think Sophia's weak. Others believe the redhead is too strong. Some are even starting to believe Sophia's just a Nepo baby who probably isn't even a real member. The crowd's reaction is starting to bother her. Luckily, the nurse has healed her immediate injuries, but Sophia's arms are gonna need some work because they're a mess. Frustrated, the girl clutches her fist, stating that she's just fine. Her father knows what he has to do and tells her that she did her best. It's not the outcome they expected, but she could never beat her opponent in her state. He reminds her that he's not even disappointed, but this crazy girl only seems to be eyeing down his knife. While he's yapping on and on about a motivational speech, the nurse informs him that his daughter is headed in the opposite direction. Sophia psychotically thinks the match isn't over even after her announced defeat, and this time she imbues the weapon with some of her mana. Yoram is about to leave when she calls her out before blitzing full speed and stabbing her right in the back. Watching this shitty move, GT appears unfazed. The red dragon was attacked out of the blue while Sophia exhibits full murderous intent to kill her. This is a great upset that stuns not only the spectators, but also Wei Yuan, the head professor. Gite appears visibly pissed the fuck off. He watches Sophia drive a blade all up in her back until eventually both crash outside the arena. By the way, it went all the way through to Yorium's side. Now she's genuinely starting to think about burying this bitch, but that's not all. Sophia goes on the offensive again with full bloodlust, aiming to punch her down. Even in her condition, Yoram dodges the hit before grabbing her stupid hair and pulling the bitch back. This time, Yoram's in the mood to kill her. In goes the first hit, knocking the Brian cells out of the crazy blonde, then it turns into a massacre. Yoram continues to hit her face, drawing blood with each hit as the spectators watch in fear. Her last hit throws her into the stands. Now Sophia looks wasted as hell. Girl got slimed out like Yamcha, but the red dragon isn't finished just yet. She pulls the blade out of her back and marches forth with an even more terrifying bloodlust, emphasizing that she's going to return the favor. But the moment she's about to stab Sophia, her brooding father steps in to drive her away. Yoram demands to be let go, and only then does this lenient head professor decide to use a mage to cast an overlap space. Imagine waiting for so damn long instead of stepping in, head professor my ass. The mages quickly cast up a barrier space, encircling Yoram and Sophia's father inside. She drops the weapon, roaring at their injustice for only targeting her. In reality, Yoram's right. Sophia's the one who wanted to kill her and even stabbed her first. But her father argues that she could have simply knocked her out, especially with how strong Urium truly is. She could have just done that. The redhead is royally pissed that instead of taking responsibility over his daughter, he's out here giving her a speech. Wei Wan enters the space begging for them to be calm. First off, she tells Yoram that they've sent someone to fetch her guardian to get her immediate treatment. Even if he's the head professor, Yoram screams at him for treating the situation far too calmly. Wei Wan gives her credit and understands what went down, but his priority is to stop her from creating a bigger mess. The problem is if Yoram goes above and beyond, she'll end up affecting her entire family in the process. This sharp-witted professor threateningly hints that the entire Yu family could lose its position at the academy, instantly diffusing Yoram's anger. Because the only thing she cares about in the world is her family, and it would genuinely make her upset. Wei Yuan is in the middle of his condescending speech when Jitai arrives inside as her guardian. He calls out Wei Yuan's bullshit for trying to corner an injured child and recommends that the adults talk outside. I don't know about you guys, but every time this man does something, he always earns my respect. Both of them are speechless, with Yoram showing a hint of frustration and disappointment. In the next scene, we arrive in Wei Yuan's office. There's Jit, and seated in front of Sophia's father as the head professor personally serves them tea. Now the head professor's initial impression of this guy is pretty suspicious. First of all, the only people who can casually step inside the overlap space are super strong high-level rankers. But this guy is also a mystery. There's no mention of him in any records, so Wei Yuan is interested in investigating his identity at a later point. The discussion starts with both parties appearing visibly at odds with each other. Wei Yuan apologizes for what happened. Sophia looks like a blood pulp. Our favorite tomboy sure gave her a new do-over. Yoram has been discharged after recovering, so Wei Yuan believes there's no need to make a bigger deal out of this. They will inevitably run into each other again at the Blue Dragon School, so it's best that they make amends now. Sophia's father immediately offers an apology on behalf of his daughter. Michailov responsibly states how immature his daughter is to let her emotions get the best of her. Now any ordinary protagonist would accept this apology, but this guy, he's the GOAT. So he straight up says fuck you to his apology, causing Michailov to stand up in shock. Jite clarifies that Sophia's father wasn't even involved in the incident, so there's no point for him to say anything. But Michailov urges them to negotiate, to let the situation slide, to take things easy, even boasting his status as a member of an elite force. Jite calmly fires back, emphasizing that they're not in the same position at all. And now he's starting to wonder if this is how these battle-hardened boneheads apologize to others. Mikhailov screams at him for implying that he should bring Sophia for an apology. Any ordinary guy would take pity, but this man says a straight-up yes, not giving a flying fuck about her injuries. Wei Yuan realizes that the situation is still getting out of control, but Jitai shares that he's here for a different reason. He's curious why Mikhailov refused to step in to stop his daughter the moment he watched her run up to Iorium with a knife. The Russian counters that it was just too sudden, but Jite calls it a bullshit excuse. He wonders if Sophia's father is embarrassed for his lack of responsibility, when he clearly could have intervened to stop everything. Mikhailov chucks the diplomatic route out the window and grabs Jite's collar, threatening Jit not to make an enemy out of Ril as a whole. This big guy has the gall to call Jit a member of a nameless family, not knowing that a blade is sitting next to his neck. The muscle head realizes he's been outplayed, and he didn't even comprehend how this guy speed blitzed to catch his knife just now. Chitai casually points out how loose this guy's knife sheath is, which is how a literal child was able to grab it without him noticing. But more than his words, Michailov can't fathom how this guy managed to steal his blade, offering one simple reminder, a warning to remember a real threat. The Grim Reaper blitzes behind him, hoping for Mikhailov to avoid empty alleyways. Oh, and he also smashed his blade on the table in that same second, instilling the fear of death in this guy. GD finishes off on that note, leaving while impressing the likes of Wei Yuan in a single meeting. As he leaves, he catches the redhead frowning. He asks about her health, to which she responds she's doing fine. It's tough to kill red dragons, so her durability helped a lot. Jite is happy to hear that, but something is bothering her after reflecting on her actions. She wants to know if she made the wrong move, feeling the guilt of the situation on her shoulders. It makes her feel bad and even pushes her to be the bigger person instead next time. Much to her shock, Jite emphasizes that she did exceptionally well. In fact, he even advises her to kill her next time without any witnesses. Bro is an even bigger psychopath than his own little dragon daughters. He leaves on that note, gaining her admiration. She's hoping he doesn't scold her if it actually happens later down the line. As they're walking in the hall, Jit instructs his problem daughter to pack her stuff the moment she arrives home. She's curious where they're headed, but he explains that she's going to be living in the dorm rooms from now on. She understands that part, knowing that the little chicklet is going to be happy with this outcome. As they're leaving, the head professor calls them for a talk. He wants to speak with Jutai in private, but this man's short on time and in no mood to communicate. The head professor understands this but urges for a matter concerning Yoram's future. Honestly, not even she wants to be around this guy anymore. Why Yuan patiently clarifies that he has a great opportunity for her. The thing is, why Yuan officially wants her to be the freshman representative for the Blue Dragon School. He paints the picture of her decorated as the face of the academy, awarded a scholarship and other items, as well as doing interviews in the media. Jite questions the suddenness of such an offer because that's a lot of benefits for one to provide. The head professor assures that it's doable as he's good friends with the vice principal Ma Nam-jun. As his guardian, the professor urges Jite to consider this opportunity carefully as he won't find something like this anywhere else. Now as for his claims for being friends with Namjoon, it only makes sense. The real ugly truth is that both this professor and that bastard Namjoon are demonic humans hiding in plain sight. Let's discuss demonic humans and their nature. These guys are the opposites of superhumans who carry blessings. Instead, they get their strength from the void, causing them to indulge in blind rage and mindless killing intent towards other humans. They also make use of other sins like lust, and it's because of demonic humans alone that the world experienced a great tragedy. Jite happens to be part of that tragedy because on his first 2 regression cycles, he lost something precious to them. This is the reason Jite personally harbors so much hatred against this fucker that he wouldn't mind spilling his blood. It's his sheer self-control to endure standing around him for as long as he has. Because deep down, he hopes to crush Wei Yuan's resolve before killing him. Back to the primary discussion, the guardian asks his child for her opinion of the offer. The professor understands this and lets the child decide everything. Again, he promises Yoram proper benefits, assuring a new look for the school. He wants her to represent that change at the end of the year event. Weiwan is out here doing his best to make this girl simp and bend the knee, but the redhead straight up declines. Bro is seriously baffled because this is like rejecting an offer from Harvard. Yoram confirms that she doesn't care about the offer and insists they go home to pack her stuff. Baffled, Weiwan inquires why she even bothered coming for the interview process. The redhead shares that at first she was in her bed, but then she felt bored and decided to fight someone. That's it. That's the only reason she's here. Her response is such a trolling moment that even the demonic human is out here contemplating ending his existence. Suddenly, his eyes glance towards the window, and he urges Uriam to take a look down there. There are a bunch of reporters lined up outside waiting to hear Weiwan's opinion on the matter. Basically, he's gonna be the one to decide her fate. His words will be the official picture in front of the world, and her life will be governed by them. It's an actual threat. But this girl isn't buying into that rage bait attempt either. She just says K-bye and leaves with her papa. Watching them humiliate him like this annoys the head professor, who hopes that they don't regret their decision. As for the reporters, Yoram comes outside and is instantly swarmed by the horde. All of them are begging to hear her opinion on the fight and her feelings against her opponent. With so many cameras flashing her face, Yoram is overwhelmed while our boy is mocking everyone with that face card at the back. One reporter reveals that Uriam's interview is going viral on social media, which makes them all wonder if she intentionally went ballistic to gain the attention of the world. They're all begging for answers, flooding her with more and more questions. Acting as her guardian, knowing that she's about to crack, Jite urges the reporters to leave an injured child alone. But Yoram is in the mood to really set the tone and give them what they want. She grabs the microphone, bringing it close to her mouth before making a troll face and roaring sex on the big screen. In the next scene, we arrive in the dorm rooms at Lair Academy. The little chicklet is flooded with happiness. They've been practically offered a mansion for a place. As the youngest and naughtiest child, Gal races to find a room for herself. She pops one open and absolutely loves the comforting space. This room alone looks like a rich Airbnb apartment. Gale dances around all over the place, loving the new setting and marking it as her territory. But her big sister comes up quickly and argues that she's gonna steal this room instead. The little chicklet is frustrated because she found it first, and this isn't even the biggest room. Ultimately, Gale gives up and offers her big sister the living space, much to her disappointment. As for the final and eldest dragon, she's busy nurturing the blue egg that has yet to hatch. She even welcomes the little one as a baby while Jaitai questions her intentions of spraying water. BOM explains that it's because blue dragons adore water, and near the hatching stage, the polymorph becomes a proper egg. Aside from that, Bomb points out how the academy is flooded with Yoram's viral moment. Her interview is live on YouTube and, well, the commenters are eating it up. Jite plays the recording where she says the naughty word, forcing Bomb to cover the little one's ears. Meanwhile, Yoram has no idea why it's such a big deal. It's a natural process after all. The little chicklet, on the other hand, has no idea what it even is. Her big sister is curious if Gale really wants to know. This is her chance to educate the little one about the birds and the bees for once. At that point, the gold dragon realizes what's about to happen. Flustered, she refuses the explanation, believing there's no need for her to know so much. But this trolling red dragon messes with her head even more. She's happy to talk about all the details of the process to the point she even grabs Gal's arms to stop her from covering her ears. The poor girl whines and begs for Gita to intervene while he watches them blankly. The following morning, Yoram is snoozed out living her best dream. Gale dashes upstairs, slamming the door open to wake her up to a huge problem. The redhead can't even get up because she stayed up all night. When Gale asks what she was doing, the ultimate troll casually responded she was busy watching Korn. Absolute cinema. They head downstairs to attend an immediate affair. Joram thinks it's a joke at first, but then she sees that everyone is already here. Baum introduces Joram to Gale's hatching phase. She's shaking and cracks are starting to appear, marking a momentous moment for their family. It's been a long time since Jit saw a new life birthing before his eyes. His previous experience wasn't as pleasant and calm as this one. In the midst of the ravaged world, a woman begged them to save her child. Jite's subordinate thought it was just too late to save them because the child ended up dying the moment it was born. Unfortunately, society had collapsed and there weren't any hospitals. There wasn't a facility in the world that could help save it in time. This memory remains to be one of the most disturbing experiences for Jite. And at some point, he thought he would never relive them again, making him question why now. Joram is the first to notice a tiny blue limb emerge from the egg. The little dragon pops out looking like the cutest marshmallow in the entire world. Bomb congratulates Gale on her hatching and cleans her up shortly after. Jite notices her calm reaction handling the youngling, so he asks where she got the experience. Turns out their mother used to do the same, and she offers him to hold the baby too, only for our guy to refuse. Gale, on the other hand, is dying to hold the little one, so Baum hands it over, urging her to treat the little one with care. Gold and Blue embrace each other warmly, enjoying each second. Using this as an opportunity to get back at Yoram, Gale states that the red dragon secretly wants to hold her too. She tosses the little one straight into her arms, forcing Yoram to lock in and catch the baby. In Yoram's arms, the little one melts into sleep looking straight up adorable. Even the troll admits that the baby's cute and urges their guardian to give it a shot or else the baby will be sad. The redhead tomboy Rage baits this man by calling him a wannabe nonchalant guy. So to force him to catch it, she has the ridiculous freaking plan of throwing the damn baby. Even Jael is worried that this psycho idiot might throw a newborn. Here, Yoram exposes her mission, one that she decided upon the moment she stepped into her new house. That mission is to do her absolute best to make this guy break his composure and panic. And because of that stupid plan, she tries to throw Ghoul. But before she can even look at him, Bro pops up behind her and grabs the baby. And he did all of that without even breaking composure?
Doet is nonchalant pro maximaal.
Baum thinks this is a good opportunity for Jitai to pet the baby dragon now that he's already got her. Following her words, he places his fingers on top of the baby's head, questioning if he's doing it right. Just two light fingers tapping its head. The moment is so rare that Gale snaps a photo through her smartwatch, knowing she'll never get another chance. Speaking of photos, Baum recommends they take one together with a flower. She's gonna be using this flower for the photo, which confuses both her little sisters. That damn flower is hilariously tucked behind Gita's ear to match Gale's blue one. They look so adorable like this. The other three dragons are entertained by the moment. Jit is a little annoyed and urges them to hurry up for the picture. Yoram tries to play the part of a brat who finds it too cringy to take pictures. In the end, she agrees and Jules the one who counts down the selfie timer. The picture is honestly pretty nice, showing Gita being himself and the rest of the sisters displaying each of their personalities. After the photo session, the little girl is fed properly for the next stage. Gita asks Bam what she intends to do. Apparently, her goal is to help Gel learn how to polymorph using magic transfer. Let's discuss magic transfer. It's a process involving the flow of mana between two individuals, an easier way to teach someone a spell. Typically, the person being taught doesn't have to give up a prize, but it does affect the lifespan of the person who is transferring the technique. That's why Jitai is cautious if she should really risk her lifespan for this. Unfortunately, they can't have Gil staying like this forever. Back at their place, Yoram, Gil, and her learn to polymorph together, contrasting the blue dragon's experience who hasn't learned a thing. Dragons grow really fast, which is why she wants the little one to experience true joy before she gets all big. Going with her plans, Gita tells her that he's willing to help if necessary, and she's surprised that he's knowledgeable about magic too. Aside from the magic transfer, she has a personal request of her own. Bam wishes for him to stay by her side when she initiates the transfer process. He agrees with her request, but she's a teasing little thing and wants him to come closer to her. Jidi thinks it's not needed for him to sit literally inches away from her, but she thinks it's absolutely necessary in case she falls and drops the little one. I mean, the girl is deadass saying this to someone who has been speed blitzing the shit out of every opponent so far. Bom's adorable mountain of excuses end up wearing off Jit's armor, and ultimately, he resigns. Bro is actually sitting next to her now, their shoulders touching each other. She admits how hard his muscles feel, but suddenly changes the topic when he confronts her. This girl is 100% a simp for him. Lost in her feelings, she initiates the transfer process with Jail connecting their bodies. Days pass. Bomb is out here knocked out of energy as the process reaches its completion. She thanks him for his contribution and intends to go take her rest now, leaving Jit to deal with feeding the baby and taking care of her. In the end, her fatigue gets the better of her as she slips and falls. But not to worry, Prince Charming is there to catch her in his arms. He's fine with taking her to her room, causing Bomb to get even more flustered. She thinks it's a little embarrassing for her to be held like this, while Jit responds that she's still making jokes. He reminds her that she's quite light, which is something she uses to tease him for being so sweet. After putting her to bed, Jidi leaves her room, closing it shut. Suddenly, he senses something from Jayal and realizes that the process has already begun. When he arrives back in the room, there's no baby dragon but a tiny blue-haired girl. This little girl is just as cute as her draconic self. It's her first time transforming, and this guy has no idea how to deal with this thing. Jite greets her with a simple hello, marking their first conversation. In the next scene, we return to the police station where his clone is busy doing his shift. Turns out that his clone is easily hunting down superhuman criminals all by himself, bringing their department a good name. His captain is happy to treat both of them to a meal as it's a nice occasion. Worry reminds this fool that he's about to pay with the company's card, causing him to burst into laughter. Like always, our nonchalant king declines the offer, believing he's got some plans of his own. His friends don't have any clue why he leaves so early, always going back home after work. They're starting to wonder if he's got a secret girlfriend, but he denies any such possibility. Saying so, he leaves with his friends calling out to him. Next, we witness an interaction between a black-haired girl and Jite. The clone perfectly mimics the girl's appearance, but it's important to discuss how Jit obtained the shadow in the first place. In the past, this skill belonged to the Grand Duke of the Demon World, who used it to increase his influence throughout the kingdom. But right after slaughtering the Grand Duke, Jit became the new wielder of the skill. Now his clone can perfectly mimic anyone based on a glance. Since he's come to meet his master in a public place, he needed a different appearance. Anyway, even the clone is shocked to see a damn baby strapped to his master's chest. Bro actually got her a haircut just now. The people around them are calling the two of them a couple for having such a cute baby. The clone even offers to hold the little one on his master's insistence, but the little baby Gil seems to be disgusted at the suggestion, confusing the clone. Jite is fine with holding her and even shows how this tiny murder machine can walk by herself. The clone is really curious why he decided to bring this child out in the open, especially when the three dragons are at home. The problem is Bam is out cold on bed rest after overexertion of her body. The other two are so irresponsible that it's just impossible to rely on them. Jite asks about the clone's purpose of coming here, and when it plays dumb, he calls it out instantly. He can sense even the faintest emotion within his shadow, so he knows there's something bothering it. The shadow expresses her genuine role in this mission. With its previous owners, it could never experience a normal life like this. They wanted to use the shadow for critical missions, like by means of assassination or even sending them to distant locations where their authority must be shown. But now that Jaitai is adjusting to his normal life, his shadow can't seem to understand how to blend in. It even apologizes for speaking its feelings, though our boy understands its feelings well. The shadow is a being with its own mind, but his master does have an important mission in the future. Until then, he wants the clone to keep on doing as it is. Also, he wants it to go and experience a drink with his coworkers on their earlier suggestion. After all, there will come a time where the shadow won't be able to see them anymore. With those instructions, it walks back to the office. Gita is suddenly drawn to a mother who freshly bought her daughter a teddy bear as a gift. That little panda catches little Jewel's attraction. It's clear that she wants it too, and Papa over here can see that. He asks if she wants one of her own and pulls a teddy bear from his city-wide inventory realm. Unfortunately, it looks different from the panda, but he hands it over to her still. Jewel falls in love at first sight, adoring her gift. He even asks if she likes it, to which she puts the teddy down and starts walking up to the adult. Jite picks her up, wondering if this is her way of asking for more. In reality, she grabs her face and actually puts her head against his own. It might be the cutest moment of this story so far. Our boy is dumbstruck by her intentions and wonders what's the play here. It's an action resembling Bomb's magic transference technique. Git quickly catches on that dragons might use this technique to display affection. All his traumatic memories of his 6 tragic lifetimes come surfacing back in his mind. He faced demons and a horde of dragons, losing countless things in the process. He even spun the axis of regression one more time to gamble it all again. It seems that Gillis must have tapped into his brain for a moment, and to her shock, Jutai is seen sincerely smiling for the first time. Holding hands, they walk around the park. Gidi looks up at the sky, mumbling that someone's already on her way. Little Chicklet Gale finds them in the park and greets the cute Gale in her human form. When both of them tap heads for that Apple airdrop connection, Gale learns how happy the little one feels after receiving a gift from Gidi. Apparently, dragons can read each other's minds quite well, relaying their thoughts to each other the moment they touch their skin. Desiring the feeling of skin is a way of showing affection for them, which is why the cute marshmallow did that to Jite. Something he never learned before. Suddenly, he notices something behind her. Gale realizes he's talking about her case and whips out her fancy new acoustic guitar. This is her way of showing her feelings without having to touch skin to skin with others. She even feels like a fancy musician, perfectly fitting her personality. The gold dragon wants to do her best, but this same guitar brings Jite some really sad memories. He once found her with the guitar shattered and her reduced to a life of self-sabotage and total abuse. She looked miserable back then, so he fears what's going to happen next. This time, Jite reminds her not to get too obsessive. The gold dragon is annoyed, but he thinks it's best for her to keep things in moderation despite her feelings. Jite then asks about Bam to check on her condition and learns that she's still knocked out asleep because of the fever. That part can't be helped much because of the transference procedure. As for Yoram, he asks about her too and learns that this maniac is busy being a loser at home watching dramas all by herself. It's actually fascinating that she's found an interest beyond mindless fighting for once. It's a good development in our boy's eyes at least. They end up arriving back home. Almost instantly, he senses a sinister presence. The gold dragon is going to check up on Bam, but he stops her, pulling her back before bluntly ordering Gale to secure her little sister in her room. And until he says so, he doesn't want her to come out. He doesn't even explain why, adopting a terrifying tone. The gold dragon agrees and takes the blue one away. Now that he's alone, he opens up Bam's door. Here, he finds 4 different entities lingering around her. These people are fiercely pissed that Bam has been reduced to such a condition. Their first assumption is to meet Jite with anger, questioning if he's the one responsible. Let's understand what these creatures are. Dragons have servants of their own, allowing them to control a handful of monsters and humans through their magic. They would then turn these servants into loyal knights and slaves to protect their home. Even among such guardians, there are elite bodyguards who have been serving the hatchlings. From the looks of things, Jitai realizes that they used sleep magic on her. The guardian roars at him, demanding an answer. Jitai doesn't give a damn and believes they should at least introduce themselves first, basically treating them like a joke. The guardian decides to demonstrate the lowly human their terror, believing that only the strong should be the ones to ask questions, using a move called Dark Clarity to cage Jite in one move. From a glance, he can tell that they used a solid high-level protection barrier already. The guardian offers a final warning, questioning what the human has done to the green dragon, demanding an answer. Jite calmly replies with the news of the blue dragon's hatching, and because of that, she spent her own energy in the magic transfer process. Satisfied, the guardian then asks about the human's identity. Jite sarcastically calls himself a guardian, which is an ironic joke in front of the real guardians. They wonder if he's even capable of protecting them, to which Jite confirms. His only question is why and how they got here so quickly. To his knowledge, these guys should be entrapped in a dimension. Sensing that he's far too dangerous for a human, they pick up their weapons to face him in battle, introducing themselves as the guardians and the keepers of the history of a causality. They know that he's taking care of the children instead, but from their perspective, Jite must be purged because he's bound to create trouble in the future. Our boy offers them an opportunity to talk it out, but they're already jumping his ass from every direction. The guardian strikes at our boy, but he swiftly manages to dodge. The guardian cannot believe that a mere human was able to block his sword of stallion that easily. Then Juddy attacks him, and the guardian gets taken down with just one strike, which is shameful for him. The other guardian assures that he will end this human, but the one who took the blow tries to warn him that the human is far stronger than they anticipated. And no matter what they try, they will end up losing against him. After a while, our boy defeats all the guardians. The main guardian realizes that he had felt something off about this human, someone who was watching over them while staying with the young dragons, and he should have known it when he started having doubts. Soon enough, he realizes that this man is a transcendent being who cannot be messed with. Our boy stands over the guardian, reminding him that they should have just talked. Then he asks how they all survived if there was a problem with the dimension. The guardian reveals that it was because of a twist in the dimension, and their lord opened the dimension that connected the nest to this world. Unbeknownst to them, the dimension twisted, and they were flung out of the dimensional boundary. He further explains that he doesn't know much about it, but their lord once mentioned something called the Horizon of Providence. What he does know is that the twist in the dimension occurs because of the power derived from the Horizon of Providence, and other dimensions started twisting around it. This sounds strange to our guy because in the previous regressions there were no such explanations, and he had never heard these concepts before. But now that he thinks about it, this run is noticeably different from the previous ones. This is also the first time the Green Dragon Guardians have shown up looking for him. He then asks what the Horizon of Providence has to do with them managing to get here, wondering if that concept helped them. They answer that the will beyond that concept guided them in a certain direction. And when he followed that path with the other guardians, he found the place where the hatchlings were. Our boy then makes the guardian look into his eyes and uses his skill, Scales of Balance Eye, which tells him whether the guardian is truthful or lying. It turns out he has been telling the truth. He is relieved since he has dealt with everything that could pose a threat to the world, and he has also inspected the dimensions multiple times, which makes him worried about why something unknown is appearing again. The guardian speaks again about the will beyond the horizon, which sounded very dissatisfied, likely because he has a core created from the green dragon's power. Suddenly, our boy pulls open his shirt and sees the grand clock, which identifies the twisted flow of time and is known as an authority. He takes it in his hands, thinking that it has always remained still except when he regressed. Yet now it has started to interfere, but he cannot do much about it except wait. The guardian wonders what he should do now, to which our boy says that since he's already watching over all the dragons, he doesn't really have a job for him. So instead, he lets them go as long as they don't cause trouble. As they begin to leave, one of the guardians says he cannot leave, and he gets slapped by our boy. No matter how much our boy tries to make him leave, his answer doesn't change. His companions tell our boy that he is a foolish guy who cannot accept freedom even when it is handed to him. Our boy looks at him and realizes that this person is fit to be a guardian. He raises his sword and kills all the other guardians except the one who refused to leave. The guardian wonders if our hero was testing them, to which our boy replies that he simply found him unusual. Why would he want to protect the green dragons that much? The guardian responds that he has not lost his loyalty to the green dragons. When our boy tries to explain that he will take care of the green dragons, the guardian refuses to listen. So our boy gives him a role he can accept right now since he is not strong enough to be their guardian. He then introduces the girls to the janitor he just hired. As the janitor is washing the dishes, he is also enjoying his time. When he was assigned that position, he was confused because being a janitor doesn't have anything to do with protecting dragons, which makes it hard for him to understand. He was told that Jite is strong enough to protect the dragons alone, and that he went out of his way to give him a job as a janitor. So if he doesn't work properly, he will make sure he meets his end. The janitor is now wondering how he ended up being a dishwasher. As he's washing the dishes, Yubum pops up and asks if he is the guardian for Miscalifa. He is surprised to see her because she was not doing well before, but she assures him that she is feeling fine. She then tells him that the apron looks good on him and that she is looking forward to working with him, which makes him blush. After hearing her kind words, he is motivated to take care of her even if he has to sweep or clean the toilets so that she doesn't have to do any work around the house. He accidentally ends up breaking a dish in his hand, and it turns out it was an expensive one. On the other hand, Gel is getting ready with the help of Guile and Yubaum. They both find her clothes very cute, and the little girl approves of them as she can't stop smiling since she wore the clothes. Yubum turns to the janitor, wondering which clothes he likes on her. While mopping the floor, he agrees that he likes all of them as they suit Gel perfectly. Gite is sitting on the sofa observing all of them. He looks at Gel a little more closely and notices her fingers look bruised and instantly realizes that she is still playing the guitar, which makes her worried, and she tries to hide her fingers. She tries to explain that she only plays it in her free time. Yubum tries to calm him down and tells him not to be so harsh with her, and Jit explains that he didn't mean it harshly. He changes the topic and says he hasn't seen Urium for a while, wondering if she is still in her room watching dramas. The janitor explains that he went to clean her room, but he was sent away. He is a little worried for her because she didn't look too great. Could be that she hasn't slept at all, so Jit decides to pay her a visit. In her room, when he visits her, Urium wonders why he came to check if she is alive or not. He looks at the TV and sees she is watching a show, and she asks if he has watched it before. He denies it. She didn't tell him that the show has 7 seasons. The storyline is really crappy, and the historical accuracy is not accurate either. He simply tells her to stop watching it and asks her to come out because he has to tell her something. After she comes out, he says that they are going to deep clean the house today, making the 3 ladies wonder why he made this decision so suddenly. He explains that even if they're not humans, they still have to live like humans while they are on Earth, pointing especially at Urium and Gale as they are the messiest. Hearing that, Gale yells at him, wondering why he entered her room without permission as her mother told her that dragons cannot enter another dragon's lair without permission. He mocks her by saying that her mother should have also taught her how to clean her room, and she becomes annoyed. He then tells them not to worry about the living room and kitchen and that they should only clean their own rooms for now. Urium gets mad because they have a janitor for a reason, so why should they clean up? While saying this, she picks out a booger. Gale is grossed out by her, and Urium sticks her booger on her and walks out, saying Gale should clean her room if she hates dirty stuff like that. Before she walks out, she tells the janitor to clean her room and that she's going to the gym. And when she comes back, she will be inspecting it. Yubum gets up to get groceries for dinner, since she already cleaned her room yesterday. Cheetah is worried thinking about the dinner that Yubum will make. She asks him if there is a specific dish he wants, but he simply tells her to have a safe trip to the grocery store. Meanwhile, the janitor walks into Urium's room, and it is a big mess. He wonders how, even without a nose, he can still sense a weird stench like the demon world, but worse. He picks up a stash of cigarettes and realizes that this is the reason she wasn't looking too good earlier, and maybe she is trying to train her poison resistance through the cigarettes. As he begins picking up the trash, Maxim shows up and tells him that the cans and plastic have to be sorted separately before being disposed of. Maxim wonders if the janitor doesn't even know the basics of cleaning, questioning whether there is no concept of recycling in Ascalifa. This statement makes the janitor think he can feel demon world energy from him, wondering if that is a clone. Maxim strictly tells him to hurry up. Suddenly, Jit shows up asking what they are doing. Maxim turns to him saying the janitor wasn't doing his job right, so he was guiding him. The guy in the coat is Maxim from the demon world, who is used to humiliating those without power when they act up. Jitai then tells both of them to clean up because it would be too tough a job for the janitor to handle alone. Meanwhile, the girls are cleaning their rooms. After they're done, Maxim is given a map of Moscow, Russia, and he is told to go there because a demonic human organization named Invisibility is researching a transcendent-type demonic human there. He tells him to wrap up his work in a week and then head to Russia. Once he arrives, he needs to find the commander-class transcendent demonic human named Prototype X, and Maxim agrees to the decision. Just then, Yubum returns home with a lot of groceries since she has to feed a lot of people and cook a lot more food. When Maxim begins to leave since Yubum is back, Jite stops him saying that he needs to swap clothes with him. A while later, the food is ready and the girls are enjoying it. Gale wishes the janitor could eat with them, but Uriam says he doesn't even have a mouth to eat. Meanwhile, Jit is dreading the sight of the food that has been served to him. Maxim is surrounded by a lot of dead men on the ground, beaten up to death. A man who is pinned to the wall by his hands is yelling at him, calling him slurs and a lowly human. He yells that he would be begging on his knees if he knew who was behind him, backing him up. Maxim cuts his arms off. He knows him well and talks about a professor of the Blue Dragon School, Wei Yuan, or should he mention him as a demonic human affiliated with invisibility. He asks him if he is plotting something and, if so, what his plan is. He also tells him that his lies won't work on him, so he needs to speak the truth right away as he uses his skill called Scales of Balance Eye. The man begins to speak saying that he doesn't know much detail, but in 3 months, if he succeeds, he can also be chosen. Maxim doesn't understand and wonders if he is talking about seats. The seats are what they call the 4 chosen demonic humans of the organization, invisibility. Usually, demonic humans work in decentralized structures, but those who rise to the seats can have their own legions. They end up gaining power equal to those of the disaster level, which is the highest rank among demonic humans. Maxime finds it strange since Wei Yuan never wanted to be in the seats in any of the previous runs, and he shouldn't have any strength to plan anything during this time. He then spots a grand clock, which reads the malice sent from beyond the horizon of providence and searches for a being who has deviated from the world timeline, and its target is the demonic human Wei Yuan. Because someone from outside the world timeline who harbors discontent toward regression has interfered, Wei Yuan exists with the finest elements of the past runs and has deviated from the flow of repeated regressions. He realizes it can interfere with everything related to him remotely because it was for the Guardians, and now it's Wei Yuan. The guy with the chopped arms says that if he spares him, he can get more information for him because he has a sick mother waiting at home. He begs that he won't betray him, but before he completes his sentence, Maxim beheads him. Maxim points at his eyes saying that the lies wouldn't have worked on him anyway. The guy still would have died even if he was telling the truth. Then he snaps his fingers and causes destruction throughout the entire place. Back to our main guy. He's walking outside, wondering that if the plan would have allowed Wu Yuan to rise to the seats, it must be on a huge scale. This leads him to think it might be related to the lair. He remembers what Wei Yuan said to Yoram about the end-of-year event. He realizes it must have something to do with his plan. His attention then turns to a lady stopping by Gel, calling the baby cute, and saying she has never seen such a cute baby before. The 2 ladies are going crazy over the little girl. Our boy steps in and strictly asks if the ladies have something to do with the child, and both of the women get scared. He then sits with Yubom, who wonders why she hadn't seen him the whole day, and asks where he had been. He tells her he had some business to complete and asks what she was doing there with the baby. She admits that she was unable to spend much time with her since she had been sick. And with school starting, she figured she wouldn't have much time to spend with her in the future either. After a moment of silence, Yubom thinks that sitting in a park like that makes them look like a family, which astonishes him. She continues, saying that it looks like the little girl is his daughter and she is the mother, which makes them a couple, but both of them stay silent. She begins to giggle and assures him she was just kidding and he doesn't have to get serious. He brushes it off, saying that if she's going to act strange, they should just go home. Then they leave to head back home with the little baby in his arms. School has begun, and the girls are excited to take some classes together. Yubom is going to take superhuman studies, literature, magic studies, and sociology. Then she wonders why Gail always has a piece of toast in her mouth when she already ate breakfast at home. Gail reveals that her mother told her that if she bumps into someone with a piece of toast in her mouth, that person will be destined to be her partner, and this is how she will meet her partner one day. Suddenly, she bumps into Yoram, and Yoram begins to tease Gail that now she will be her destined partner, which makes her cry because she's clearly no homo. Yoram flirts with her, saying that she saw some American drama and the girls do all kinds of things with each other while she steals the toast. Then Yoram wonders where Jatai is since he promised he would come to their class observation. Yubom clarifies that he is only going to visit the academic affairs office to check on some matters. Instantly, Yoram says that he's usually not home, which makes her think he might be seeing a girl or something, sucking the soul out of Yubom. Then they see some people who look like reporters, maybe there to capture some noteworthy freshmen. When the reporters see the girls entering, they instantly turn toward them, thinking they are the students who beat up Sophia, specifically their redhead baddie. The lights and reporters surround her quickly, and she gets overstimulated. In the next moment, she yells loudly for them to shut up. Then she decides to take them on one by one since the answers she gave last time weren't enough for them. Back at home, Jite orders the janitor to take care of the child because the kids are at school and he won't be home either. After he leaves, the janitor thinks that he did not expect to be assigned a task harder than cleaning, since he has never taken care of a child in his life before. He then talks to Gel, asking her to stop waiting and rest somewhere she feels comfortable because the ladies and the homeowner will only return in the evening. After she hears him, she goes back to playing, which makes him really awkward. He decides to go back to cleaning, but suddenly he sees a picture book and asks the baby if she would like to read it with him. They both sit on the carpet while reading the picture book. He feels relieved that the baby is interested in books, and he begins to read it to her. The title of the book is My Dad is a Fairy. The story begins in a deep forest, which makes him think that if it's an ancient forest from long ago, it would be the primordial forest before the Demon Age. Returning to the story, it describes where Dolson and her dad live. He begins to think that maybe the mother has died, still considering that the girl is lucky, because even having one parent alive in that era is a miracle. Before the girl falls asleep, her father used to tell her stories of old times. The janitor thinks that maybe those are stories about the Great War, which makes him think the main character is probably a war fanatic. Meanwhile, the baby is confused. Coming back to the story, one morning, Dolson woke up and realized that her father wasn't home, which made her think that maybe he went to find a new mother, because in that era, it was common for men to take female captives as concubines. He is sure that Dolson must be happy she will be getting a new mother. Suddenly, he looks at the baby's expression, and she looks visibly upset, which makes him wonder if she does not like the story. She points to a corner and tells him to go sit there while she reads the picture book by herself. Back at school, Ubom can't stop thinking about GD having a girlfriend. Then a girl named Gongju he steps out of a lavish car. She is the successor of one of Korea's top 3 swordsmanship clans, the Gong clan, but she cares more about how she looks than about swordsmanship. She hates training for it because sweating ruins her makeup. Her gaze falls on the reporters, and she wonders if they were waiting for her. She orders her secretary Kim to take care of the reporters, since she doesn't like the attention she gets from them. Respectfully, he tells her that the reporters aren't here for her. Instantly, she begins to wonder who they are here for, and she realizes they are here for Yoram. She can't help but admire how beautiful she is. Meanwhile, Yoram is sitting on a boy who is acting as a chair for her, and he is the one who volunteered. Not only that, he's actually happy to be a chair. After that, a reporter wonders if they should begin with the interview, and she tells them to do so. If they don't follow her rules, she will drop the interview and go inside. The rule is 1 question per person. She then points to a guy with a cap to ask his question first. As he begins introducing himself and the channel he is from, she thinks it's too long and skips to the next question. Then she gets asked, since she has become a major issue in the superhuman world and many people are seeking her out, how does she feel about that? She replies that it sucks. Then another reporter tells her that a cafe was created for her recently and asks if she would be willing to say a word to her fans, which reminds her of the guy under her. So she skips to the next question. Then a reporter named Gang Ho from Gassan Daily asks her about the meaning behind what she shouted at the Blue Dragon School interview hall. She admits that everyone already knows what it means and skips to the next question, but he insists, asking why she used that specific word and whether she had a different intention. She gets furious and angrily tells him to stop clinging to her words, to which the reporter retorts that this is what reporters do and that she seems inexperienced. The reporter successfully provokes her, and Gale tries to drag her inside. The reporter realizes that if he provokes her more, he will get something out of it. So he says he will have to write an article based on what he saw, like Yoram demands relationship from reporter. Of course, that provokes her, and she forms a fist, yelling that she will make sure he meets his end before he publishes anything like that. But before the fist can land, Jide comes in and stops her. He calmly asks if she has started trouble, and she angrily yells that it wasn't her. It was the reporter. So he picks her up and drags her into the school while she yells for him to put her down. He then angrily looks at the reporters and tells them not to post any article, which is enough to intimidate them. He then urges the girls not to be late on the first day of school. The entire scene is observed by Juhi, and her secretary wants to find out which clan that girl is from. But Juhi can't stop staring at Gale's honkers. Well, something American is about to begin here. Later in class, the swordsmanship teacher, Professor Kai, introduces himself. Then he talks about the lesson for today's class, which is about the history of swordsmanship and the mindset of those who carry a sword. Yoram seems visibly annoyed, but this behavior is still unexpected from her since Jite thought she would get bored instantly and run away. She then brags that she has endured boring dramas till the end, so this isn't even a big deal. The real motive behind her working hard is to break the hooded armor chunk. She is sure she will bring his end herself. Then she turns to Jite, wondering why he is even taking the class with her, to which he taunts that she is well aware of the reason. She assures him that she hasn't caused any problems and has been behaving normally. He reminds her that she literally tried to beat up a reporter earlier that day. Instantly, she defends herself, saying the reporter kept provoking her. And if he were in her place, he wouldn't have held back either. While she is talking, she tries to lean on him, and he tells her to get away. In a flirty tone, she says that men go crazy after that kind of physical contact, which embarrasses him. He doesn't respond. She gets bored. He thinks she might be finding studying boring, but she clarifies she isn't talking about studying. She complains that a kidnapper should at least be a little interesting. When she first saw him, she expected dopamine-filled days ahead of her, but she didn't sign up for a family role play. According to him, a lot has happened on the way to school, which is already stimulating enough. She angrily yells that she meant fighting, killing, and all sorts of things like that, not a reporter harassing her. Suddenly, Professor Kai shows up behind her, saying that she seems a little too energetic today, and the solution for times like this is to stay with her chaperone after class. After she gets home, she is scrubbing some swords, and after a while she slams one on the ground. She questions why the janitor from home can't clean it since he likes cleaning and wiping, but the janitor is taking care of the baby at home. The redhead baddie then wonders if he ever studied when he was young, to which he admits that he didn't have enough time to study properly. She thinks of him as a screw-up and says it just sounds like an excuse, but he assures her that he was in the middle of a war and was busy trying to survive. She is left stunned and wonders if he is messing with her. It leaves her wondering if there is any fun in his life, and he plainly admits that his life isn't fun. She tells him that if she were as strong as he is, she wouldn't be living such a boring life. Then she questions if he lost the thrill after getting too strong. He calmly replies that life continues and they have to live it, which she finds extremely edgy, and he urges her to keep scrubbing. Later, at night, the girls sit in the living room with the baby. Yoram is solving a Rubik's Cube while the janitor keeps cleaning behind her. She gets annoyed and throws the cube at his face. Yubam realizes that Yo is in a bad mood, probably because of the reporters she saw earlier that day. Yoam admits that it's partially that and partially because of the lack of dopamine. Yo calls Bam by her name, making Bam think she might need to be admitted to a hospital. That makes Yo angry, but she calms down and asks Boam what she lives for. Hearing that question, Boam turns to the baby, thinking that Yo was finally hitting puberty, which Yo overhears and begins to yell. Then Yo explains that she asked Jite the same question earlier, and his answer was just as boring as the way he looks. Yo believes humans live for enjoyment, and if there's none of that, then there's nothing to live for. She then points at Gale, who looks like she will die of excitement whenever she sees food, and the baby is just happy playing with the stuffed teddy. It makes Bom think that maybe GD likes something, but he just didn't tell them. Yo thinks Bom and GD are similar because they're both unreadable and really boring. But Bom says there is one thing she knows: GD is really shy. Yo can't believe that since he looks like an emotionless psychopath, which Bom used to believe too, until she saw him in the park the other day and smiled at the thought of his little reaction. That smile creeps Yo out, and she jumps on Bom, thinking the two of them are doing something suspicious behind their backs while she tickles her. Suddenly, Gale walks in, breaking the news that a huge community on Lair is talking about Yo, and that she even has a fan cafe now. When she sees Yo on top of Bom with her hand underneath Bom's shirt, Gale gets shy and runs away, telling them to continue what they were doing. This makes the redhead baddie furious because she definitely wasn't doing anything homo. The next day, when Jita is changing, Bom accidentally enters the room without knocking and sees him shirtless. She gets embarrassed, but he calmly asks what she needs. So she shyly enters the room and asks if he could accompany her today. As he tightens his tie, he wonders why she wants to be accompanied out of the blue. She explains that he always goes out with Yeo and Gal, and he hasn't even gone out once with her. He knows he can't leave the two troublesome women alone, but he sighs. On the other hand, Gal's mouth is full of food, while she tries to ask Yo why she isn't going to school. Bam tells them both that she is about to ask Jit out on a date, to which the redhead baddie thinks she probably means as her chaperone. In his room, he thinks that he has never gone out with Bam, which makes her think he has favorites. He explains that this is not the case. Gale says that his favoritism is bad, but she understands because her mom used to meet hundreds of human men at a time, but she always had 2 or 3 she liked more. Yo thinks her mom was pretty wild for that. Bomb is upset that he kidnapped her first, but he doesn't pay attention to her at all. And it's exactly like when you catch a fish, they stop caring about it. So she is the only one who has been abandoned. Then she cries in Gale's arms, calling Jitai mean. Yeo assures him that they won't cause any trouble, and he can go around with BOM because he cannot keep monitoring them forever. At school, everyone is talking about Yeo's older sister, BOM, and they all think she is really pretty and that she got a perfect score on the entrance interview. They've heard she's from the Yu family, which is not very well known, making her suspicious. Our boy overhears all this gossip as he is sitting just behind those people. The social etiquette theory class ends, and the remaining time will be spent practicing for social dance. The students think that having dance practice is really embarrassing. The teacher explains that when they become superhumans, they will eventually have to attend formal events. So they have to practice here so they don't embarrass themselves when they actually have to perform somewhere. Then the teacher orders everyone to pair up in twos. Turns out that Baum ends up with no partner, and everyone thought the boys would line up for her. One of the guys admits that she gives a very strange vibe, which makes her hard to approach, and tells his partner not to get involved with her. The teacher notices that Baum is left without a partner and offers to pair up with her, but Baum asks if she can partner up with her chaperone. The teacher agrees, and she runs to grab Jit. He admits that he can't dance, to which she starts emotionally blackmailing him that he cannot leave her alone, so he has no choice and gets up with her. The teacher begins to teach. Meanwhile, our boy is embarrassed to touch her. She makes him feel calm and grabs his hand, telling him that holding hands won't connect them emotionally. She also urges him not to slack or it will affect her scores. Then they begin to dance. He is visibly nervous, and even BOM notices that his hands are very sweaty. When she looks up, he is also sweating all over his body, which makes her instantly feel shy. Suddenly, she trips. But before she can fall, he holds her, and they end up having a deep eye contact. She gets so shy that her nose begins to bleed. Later, he gets her a fresh drink and wonders if she should go to the hospital while a piece of tissue is stuck in her nose. She proudly admits that dragons don't need to go to the hospital, and she feels okay now. He can't stop wondering why her nose bled when he didn't even hit her. She turns her face away out of embarrassment, stuttering that she wouldn't know. She then tells him that he dances better than she expected, making her wonder if he learned dancing somewhere before. He is drawn into a flashback where he was dancing with a girl who taught him how to dance. Jit looks away and lies that he never learned how to dance before. BOM gets up from her chair and asks if he has anything to do after school, and he says no. So she asks him if he wants to go do something fun with her, excitement in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the demonic human organization Invisibility, Moscow, Russia, the alarms begin to blare in the research facility. A human demonic monster is seen running. She tries to escape and contact headquarters, but no matter how fast she runs, she is instantly caught by Maxim. She stutters, asking what he wants from her, and he simply admits that his lord is looking for something, followed by the question, "Where is the Commander Class Transcendent Demonic Human Type X?" She screams that she would rather die than tell him. Very calmly, Maxim says that he has killed many of her kind, and one thing he learned is that when they are about to die, their true nature starts to show. When the pain becomes too strong, their human behavior sneaks out and they start to act like a puppet with its strings cut and do whatever the other person says. With that said, he holds her in a chokehold with his powers midair. Maxim communicates with GTA that Type X has already been used for demonstration and sent to the Invisibility headquarters, and this time the type is a female unlike the previous regressions which were male. Jite wonders if the chief researcher he dealt with was named Vera, and Maxim agrees. After that, Jite orders him to disguise himself as that woman, blend in with the Invisibility headquarters, and find out who X is. Basically, the Commander Class Transcendent Demonic Human Prototype X is a demonic human with the ability to bind countless demonic human minds into one. So the longer it lives, the more minds it can gather, making it a really dangerous being. That is the reason Jitai always prioritized killing Prototype X in every regression. But in this specific regression, things were different from the previous ones, which makes this task really difficult. The Grand Clock reads the malice sent from beyond the horizon of providence and searches for the being who has deviated from the world timeline. So the fact that X's identity changed must be another deed of the malice the Guardian spoke about. Jite clenches his fist with the aim that he will kill anything that disrupts his daily life. He gets distracted by Bomb when she calls for him from behind the curtain. She shows him the bikini she's wearing, and he wonders what she even has in her mind. She explains that she wants to buy a nice bikini for summer. Since he can't see properly from outside, she tells him to come inside and have a look at her. He sighs that he thought this was supposed to be fun, but it seems like a boring trip. She gets nervous because she was having fun and wonders if he's having weird thoughts about her. He angrily tells her not to ruin his mood. As they are walking back, she wonders if he wanted to look at her earlier, but he rejects the idea, which makes her think, how could he not want to look at her? She tries to tease him that she should have bought it, but he's not taking any of her bullshit. Then she admits the actual reason she came here. It was for the kids' presents. He doesn't understand what she means, so she explains that the baby's teddy has been completely torn. So she wants to buy a new one for her, and she wants to get gifts for the others as well. Jite wonders what she wants to buy for the others, to which she brings up the idea that Gail is always interested in buying clothes. So she'll buy a wallet for her, so she doesn't have to feel bad whenever she goes out with her friends. For Yeo, she wants to buy something she mentioned yesterday, which is a little weird. So she excuses herself, saying she'll buy Gail's and Yeo's presents so he can pick out Joel's present. He walks off and she wonders if he'll be alright shopping on his own. He goes to the toy shop and picks out a bear. The cashier looks at our boy and hardcore judges him. She assumes he is either in his late 20s or early 30s and finds him attractive too. She sees no woman with him and he seems clueless about baby toys. The cashier is smart and thinks people like him spend way too easily. She walks up to him and asks if he's picking a gift for a baby and how old the child is. He answers that the baby is around 4 years old and it's not his daughter, but the baby is a girl. The cashier assumes he's the uncle, which is rare because uncles don't usually pick out gifts by themselves. Then she makes him insecure, saying he's lacking a bit of sense when it comes to spending on a child. She guides him, telling him that for a 4-year-old, he should buy a Dr. playset instead of dolls and teddy bears and that they can bond with a child with these kinds of toys. She also gives him an offer that if he buys this playset, all the other sets will be available at a discount. So he decides to take a look at them. Then she makes him buy a whole bunch of toys for her and assures him that he won't regret it. He pulls out his card, and when she looks at it, she realizes he is from a VIP family because it's a black card issued only to them. She realizes she hit the jackpot. When she looks closer at him, she finds him charming too and wonders if she should try seducing him, even if he's married. So she asks if he has a girlfriend. Suddenly, Bomb pops up holding his arm, and the cashier wonders if this is the girlfriend. She immediately notices her uniform and realizes she's a school student and assumes she's Jite's sister. Then Bomb begins to put back all the scams the cashier was trying to pull on the clueless lord. She says that Gel doesn't like playsets and sharply picks out the teddy bear our boy initially chose. She turns to the cashier, wondering if this is going to get a VIP discount. When they return at night, the girls and the baby are surprised to see their presents. When Gail looks at her wallet, she blurts out, "I love you," out of excitement for Bioamengite. She wonders what Gail got, and Gail, with a cunning smile, admits that she got an adult toy. She begins getting closer to Gail, saying she wants to try it on her. Meanwhile, the baby gets close to our boy to show her appreciation for her toy. Then Bomb shows the present she got for GD. He opens the box, and it turns out to be a tie. She bought him this tie since he always wears the same one. Further, she happily plans to buy him a suit when she is making her own money. He turns to her and says she should have gotten something for herself as well, to which she says she bought something, but she'll show that to him later. A few weeks later, Jitai turns to the janitor and orders him to take care of the baby as he will be gone for 3 days. The janitor wonders if he will be going too far. Jitai agrees and admits that Yale will be coming with him. At school, the anti-demonic human battle simulation has finally started. It will be a 2-night, 3-day survival combat between the students inside a virtual dungeon. The students will be in groups of 3 while their chaperone will be giving them orders. This is called operating, a term taken from the superhuman groups that specialized in monster raids where a role named operator used to exist. Here, the chaperone will be performing that operator role. Io is excited and begins to mock the other students who have never seen real combat before. Jite tells her not to act so relaxed because this isn't a solo raid. They have a team of 3 who must clear the simulation. She sighs, saying she can only be paired up with someone she likes. 2 students approach, asking to form a team with them, and she angrily tells them to go away. But GD inquires about their names. The guy introduces himself as Hisik Sojiro and the girl as Kim Ji-in. Out of respect, they bow, assuring that they will try their best not to hinder them. Once again, Yo yells at them to go away, but Jite ignores her and forms a party with them. She's mad at Jite, but he doesn't feed into her attitude and tells her to form her own team if she's capable enough. Well, that humbles her. Suddenly, Sojiro gets slapped by a guy who angrily reminds him that he warned him not to be around him. Sojiro apologizes for absolutely no reason, and the bully named Johnny turns to Jean, urging her to apologize too. His teammates warn him not to act too rebellious since other chaperones are watching. Johnny mocks them, saying no one cares about orphans. He then begins to harass GN by grabbing her hair. She yells at him not to touch her, which makes him angry since she's talking back. Io chimes in, asking the bully what an orphan is. The moment he looks at her, he knows he's screwed because she's famously known as a lunatic. Even the elders told him to stay away from her. He nervously tries to brush off the conversation, explaining that an orphan is someone without a chaperone. Johnny insults them again, calling them trash nobodies. After hearing that, Yo thinks she's stuck with losers. So Johnny grabs her, wondering why she's even pairing up with them, because someone as strong as her should join another team. He offers her a spot on his team and says he'll make room for her. Well, Johnny is just in it for the profit. Her personality looks similar to his, so he thinks he can handle her. But the next thing Johnny never saw coming, Yo forms a fist and smashes it into his face, wondering where he got the guts to put his arm around her. She breaks his teeth and insults him, calling him a low-tier scumbag who shouldn't consider himself equal to her. He quickly flees the scene before he loses more teeth. Meanwhile, Jate and the other two are left stunned. Later on, the demonic human combat battle professor, Kwanjitai, begins explaining the rules. They will be divided into 50 teams, each starting at a different spot. Every activity, including death and damage, will be converted into points, and the points will be broadcast and ranked in real time. If a player dies once, they will respawn at another location after 3 hours. Then he reveals the name of the virtual dungeon, Ant Nest. After that, he wishes the students good luck and they begin stepping into the virtual dungeon. The moment our red-headed baddie enters, she's motivated for a battle already. Jean wonders where the rest of the teams are. After seeing how energetic Yo is, Jean admits they don't have her stamina. So if she runs off alone, she could get ambushed from behind. Yo mocks them for being weak, but Jean firmly states that they need a plan before moving. Again, Yo tries to take the lead, saying they should only cover her and follow her. Jean snaps back that this is a team battle, so she needs to show teamwork. Our girl is surprised, and the moment quickly grows heated. Sojiro steps in, calming them down. Then GD steps in, asking if they have a target team they'll be taking down. Jean knows it won't be easy because every team has an operator, so they won't expose their blind spots. Yo tries to meddle, calling G in negative and telling everyone to kill whoever they find. On the other hand, Johnny's nose is still hurting, but that's what he gets for acting tough in front of Yo. He admits he just wanted to get on good terms with her, but didn't expect she was actually that crazy. His teammates wonder if he really planned to replace them, but Johnny insists he only wanted to see her reaction. Then he gets angry thinking about the girl and how he'll deal with her when he sees her again. Speak of the devil, and she appears. Yo jumps from behind and attacks him again, smashing his face and sending him flying into a rock. Their chaperone begins sweating, wondering when she even arrived. He orders his team to prepare for battle, but Yo scoffs and says they're misunderstanding the word battle because this is going to be a one-sided hunt, calling them little doggies. The enemy shoots down furiously at the approaching assailant, but Yoram's out here speed blitzing like the Flash. The shooter pleads like a child for her to not approach him, but she dodges another vaporizing blast before cropping straight up in his face with a serious glare and critically slashing this guy's abdomen with a clean connected cut, reducing all of his health points down to 0. That kill has been secured. Yoram focuses on the next guy who seems to love screaming his way down to attack her. The sword clash connects between both fighters, resulting in a beautiful contrast. Her opponent is arrogant because he thinks she's underestimating him for not evading these attacks, especially when he's got the higher ground. Bro thinks he's Obi-Wan Kenobi out here dueling Anakin Skywalker, and that just because he's got a bigger weapon, he'll win this fight. But he forgot that fights aren't won with bigger dick sizes. Yoram manages to outclass him on raw sword capability alone, creating an opening while stunning him. Our favorite redhead then mocks him for even entertaining the idea that he could best her in a display of strength. Another decisive slash later, Yoram is on a hot streak because she secures another kill. With these two sliced up for breakfast, the feisty dragon is feeling a little disappointed because these guys didn't even make her feel a thing. She's worried there won't be any more, but then one of her friends explains that there actually is. Turning back, Yoram notices this crawling dude who is barely hanging around on 17 health points. Bro does not want to pick another fight, especially when his face looks like that. But even as he begs her not to beat his face, my guy gets his shit rocked regardless. Even the handler is like, damn. This is messed up as hell. Yoram receives applause for having defeated all of the combatants while playing solo, while the purple hair is just stunned by her insane combative ability. It's not a surprise that Yoram's famous at this point. Even though she's impressive, the girl can't help but notice how impressive her caretaker is. Jitai, the man who couldn't even use mana in this training exercise, managed to catch up to the other team still. Then he conveniently created the perfect timing for Yoram to go out and deal the perfect finish. In other words, the man is out here deploying Ayanokoji levels of planning as well as his skills, and it would be no surprise to assume that he'd be an amazing operator. With all members of Team 37 vanquished, the team is to respawn with a 3-hour waiting period in a different location. Jitai watches these guys be taken away. He nods at the other guy before his attention squanders to Yoram's team, who is actually placed 6th on the leaderboards thanks to conquering one team alone. Since the simulation period is still fresh, the other teams didn't get a chance to let loose yet. Then there's Yoram, who soloed a team without suffering any health damage, cropping up bonuses. Her team members giddy around her calling her amazing while she goes around and grabs Blonde's face shut, telling him to shut the fudge up because these freeloaders didn't do any work and simply stood behind watching. Her frustration is justified because she was under the impression these idiots were supposed to snipe her opponents from behind. But instead of sniping them down, they just watched like idiots. Yoram is not happy and even taunts them for carrying weapons like decoration. Her teammates apologize for not helping, while the redhead roars at them not to be satisfied with a shitty 6th position. She is fully in the mood to get that first place no matter what, so this is just the beginning to this feisty dragon. The girl is so angry that she even berates the blonde kid for dressing improperly, calling him a kid, while Judy is there to watch all of it like an annoyed parent. Back at home, little Gel is out here playing with her toys. 2 days have passed since the start of the simulation. And from the mock dungeon control room, each fight is being monitored. The professor, Kwanjitai, is lazy as hell and is celebrating today being the final day of the program. He asks for an update on who's first and learns that Team 50 is hovering behind Team 1. The thing is, Team 1 is already a bunch of second-year elites, but Jedi wants to know who Team 50 is composed of. He quickly learns that it's actually Yoram's team, the crazy redhead with 2 more members. The redhead is playing the main guard with Hisaki Sojiro and Kim Jin hovering behind as sharpshooters. In other words, the redhead is handling everything, but Jitai is stunned how they managed to reach 2nd place even with her playing solo. The assistant remarks that it's actually thanks to their operator who seems to be making excellent plays. Kitai has shown the route these guys have taken, and he's just stunned by what he sees. The assistant theorizes that perhaps the operator has some connection to the alliance, but Kitai himself seems to be from there. So he should know everyone except he hasn't heard of our guy. He starts to rummage over the facts, how Yoram is the distinct troublemaker of her academy. Then there's BOM, who is considered a genius mage by her professors. Connected to all of them is this man who is taking care of the girls. Still, performing a background check on him seemed to be easy, like someone surgically erased or altered it. The assistant shares one more doubt of his, that being the fact that Team 1 is set for marking, which means their route hasn't overlapped with the other teams not even once. In other words, it's as if they're trying to intentionally stay away from other teams like some kind of cooperative play. Git argues that the whole point of this simulation is to make sure real-life situations are mimicked with excellence. In other words, this kind of strategy is not considered cheating, but a cooperative tactic. It's actually something the teams deserve respect for even if they're cooperating with each other. At the same time, Jitai understands that if they confronted each other and still refused to fight, then it would be a clear-cut instance of cheating. Back to the main battlefield, Yoram angrily smashes the wall, roaring how they've gathered points without a single instance of dying. It bumps her the hell out that, even with all their efforts, they're hard stuck in 2nd position, even though that is impressive to someone like Sojiro. To beat the loser mentality out of him, Yoram stomps on the poor guy, reducing his health points. At the same time, her other teammate, Jean, comes around with another loser mentality. She doesn't want to continue fighting for 1st place when they're already tired, then there's not much time left. She thinks that it's risky because in their current condition, they'd actually lose more points. Playing it safe seems to be the easy strategy, except Yoram comes up to her, first praising her for trying really hard. It's surprising to see her play the nice girl until she starts crushing the girl's shoulder for bringing over that loser mentality to her face. Yoram berates them for being looked down upon, not because they're loners of any kind, but because they give up far too soon like a bunch of losers who don't even try. She reminds them dearly of their promise not to let her down in the first place and orders them to get back on their feet, even if it's hard, quitting their fate as losers. Armed with rage instead of fear, the sharpshooters find themselves encouraged and only set their goal of getting first place. Yoram seems really happy with their attitude shift, while Jite commands her to come to him if she's done with the Kobe Bryant speech. She directs their attention to a specific marking on the wall, signifying that the other teams are communicating with each other, as they saw symbols like this on the previous days too. So Gyro faintly remembers a conversation from the seniors who tend to form teams and actually avoid attacking each other. His best guess is that they're the ones responsible, but things are not absolute in Jean's perspective, who urges that they report this matter to the professors. However, Yoram wants all the smoke and refuses to report anything, believing she's got an even better idea to fuck these guys up. The perspective shifts to Team 1, the group of elites currently residing with first place. These guys are making way with 40 minutes left until the end of the simulation. Fatty assures them that they don't need to worry about Team 50. Their own success is guaranteed if they stay alive. Shikhair remembers that Yoriam's the party leader, and he's quite impressed with the first year's performance to steal the second position, even highlighting that things could have gone south if they didn't prepare in advance. Except that's the remark that gets their own team leader shaking in shock, with Jessie from Team Rocket over here complaining that Yoriam can't be as good as their own leader. She insults him for making such a shitty comment against Yong Myung-ho, someone who comes from a proper sword clan and is acting as their leader. Chick-Hair apologizes for misspeaking, but the leader simply wants them to keep their guard up for any last-minute encounters. In his mind, Myung-ho is hell-bent on getting acknowledgement from the patriarch for his clan. That's why he doesn't care about who stands in his way. All he wants is to prove that he's in fact better than Yong Taeha, his brother who he has some beef with. Anyway, the handler comes to reveal a shocking discovery, questioning if they changed plans or something. When Myung-ho lays his eyes on the markings, this man is utterly baffled. The whole damn cave is now filled with markings, each of them of different kinds. Chick-Hair points out the obvious and asks why there are so many and where they should even go. He's angry at the ones responsible, while Jessie from Team Rocket addresses the incoming party. Myung-ho watches with anticipation, a team on the opposite side of the cave. The team that emerges from the other side ends up being Team 3, not Team 50, but the team that these guys are supposed to cooperate with. Both teams are stunned at a loss for words. And since they've now confronted each other, the situation is complicated. Myung-ho is clear on his priorities and believes that the only way out is to kill the opposing team. Team 3, on the other hand, can't give up fast either, knowing that Professor Jitai is watching and he'll catch them if they don't fight properly. In other words, their only chance of survival is to fight properly. So both groups charge at full velocity for an unpredictable outcome. The team leaders face each other too without holding back. And watching this fight from a comfy spot, Uraeum enjoys the scenery. So Jiro didn't think the strategy would work, but it did work spectacularly. You see, back when they found out about the routes, Yoram strategized that it would be best to mess up the tracks, giving mixed signals so neither of the allied teams knew where to go next. The idea was simple in theory and execution. Yoram wanted her friends to make similar markings, while she would continue on her hunting spree to earn more points without wasting time. The plan seemed alright, but Jean was worried what would happen if they ran into another team. The redhead had a plan for that too, assuring them that their trusty chaperone would handle the situation for them. Jit taunted her for treating him like an object while she sought his validation, inquiring if her plan was any good. Intriguingly, Jit actually found it alright, but apparently Yoram didn't care about his answer anyway. She was too busy worshipping her own plan. Back to the main battle, Myung-ho ends up standing as the victor, defeating all 3 members of the opposing team. Unfortunately, Jessie died in the process, which meant that now they would be at a disadvantage. However, Myung-ho felt positive for earning points after beating Team 3 if they only survive. But that's the thing. That's when our beloved party came into the picture and stole this guy's glory. Yoram stepped down, announcing herself as the real villain, the one who only appeared after they were weakened to kick their asses. While she confronted the remaining members of Team 3, both her allies remained hidden on their vantage point. He takes notice of her teammates for trying to play cover, taking them as a bunch of weaklings. The Sword Clan descendant orders Chick Hare to go up and kill the other two. The fatty countered that they should try and back off to win with time, but Myung-ho's pride gets in the way, and with a murderous glare, he orders Fat French Fry to get it done. Wee is annoyed because their arrogant team leader just can't handle an opinion, so he decides to go along with the instructions and move towards attacking the shooters. Wee is actually pretty fast because he rockets with immense speeds and directly pops up in front of the two guys. So Jiro is losing his shit while Chick Hare is out here moving like a main character, further intimidating the crap out of these cowards. Both of them try to run the heck away while GD just watches them go past. Their screams are distracting Yoram. She's pretty impressed that the dude with a balloon body managed to be so fast. While she was distracted, she couldn't notice Myung-ho's incoming attack and barely managed to block it. Team 1's leader taunts her for not paying attention to her real opponent, and their clash breaks off instantly after the hit. This guy loves to yap and addresses her name, calling her impressive for making it this far and even ruining his plans. The funny thing is Yoram doesn't even consider it a plan, and yet she managed to cook them. Myung-ho berates her for not being satisfied with second place, and while charging his attack, assures her that the first place only belongs to the Yang family. The Red Dragon basically pulls an Uno reverse and says, "Nope." Jite watches the whole battle while standing there menacingly while the dragon aura farms by declaring that they'll be stealing first place. Fatty's speeding in on them like a bowling ball, ordering them to stop running while he's still playing nice Gene ushers that they need to hold on for a bit. The pig is stupidly low on stamina thanks to his earlier battle, so all they gotta do is outrun. However, Sejiro has gassed the hell out already like the wimp he is, bro aged 50 years doing that run. He thinks he's reaching his limit, so he tells her to just run without him, but she reminds his dumbass that Yoram will actually cook him if he did that. So Jiro assures her that he's not actually giving up, but rather making the sacrificial play to leave the victory to both his friends, saying that this man turns around with his rifle to secure a victory. Fatty is stunned with this sudden maneuver, but Sojiro has had enough of staying down and playing a loser for the rest of his life. He wants to change his life by pouring everything in this shot to challenge fate itself. Now you guys must be thinking, whoa, peak character development, except this clown's arrow doesn't even reach its target. It's an awkward silence before this clown realizes that he lost all of his strength when he was exerting himself marking on the wall. It's such a dumb excuse that I agree with Fat French Fry clocking his face with a heavy punch, and that single hit defeats Sojiro, wiping his life points to 0. Next up is Jean, who gets her face grabbed in the very next moment. Wei smashes her into the ground, pummeling her health points down to just 15. Wei mocks them for being a bunch of losers, the ones who forgot their place just because they achieved second position. Even in this situation, Jean smiles like a badass and calls him out on his words. Activating her blessing called the Eye of the Sniper, she apologizes for shattering his expectations, and with a gun in hand lasers a shot that distracts Wei. Even after that tough talk, the fatty is confident because the shot missed, and he continues to berate her for even trying to think they deserve first place when they can't even shoot a gun properly. Pinned down, Jean assures him that he's misunderstanding the situation because her shot was accurate just now. While she says this, a boulder crops down from the ceiling, hitting the fatty on the head, knocking him out immediately. We realizes that he's been outsmarted. He was never the target with that gun. It was the ceiling. With that hit confirmation, his life points hit 0, knocking him out of the competition. With what health points she's got left, Jean relents that she did her absolute best for Yoriam's sake. Now only one person in Team 1 remains. However, Jessie also wakes up from her little nap and quickly asks the handler what happened to their team. The man explains that Myung-ho and Yoram are currently dueling it out while Wei has been knocked out. When she peers ahead to look at the situation, her eyes express true shock. It's because Lil Bro is on the ground getting smoked by our redhead. Yoram is supremely disappointed with this guy's skill. She actually looked forward to their final duel, and it was all for nothing. She emphasizes that he doesn't even have the excuse of saying he's tired because she too has been soloing the simulation event like a dog. In response, Myung-ho furiously states that the fight's not over yet before rocketing towards her for another clash. Bro misses his slash and has the gall to taunt her for hailing from an inferior family. Yoram, on the other hand, toys with him by grabbing his head, assuring this young man that the only inferior person here is him. Saying so, she slams a knee on him, putting him on the ground. Though that attack should have taken him out, the redhead is pretty impressed that this guy managed to block it with his sword. Invoking every last bit of rage-filled strength that he has, Myung-ho deflects Yuriam far away. Replacing his cocky attitude from earlier, he actually praises the girl for being way stronger than he anticipated. But one thing is for sure, her swordsmanship does not match his own. Armed with the mindset to win no matter the cost, Myung goes beast mode to show her the sheer difference between their skills. Yoram keeps it chill, thinking that he's just trash talking like last time, but her face falls flat when she recognizes what he's about to do. Gearing into stance like Miwa from Jujutsu Kaisen, Myung-ho opens the first form of the Yang family's sword arts, the Rising Dragon. His sword sends out streams of blue lightning spiraling towards the airborne Yuame. Even the handler for Team 1 is genuinely shocked that Myung-ho somehow managed to learn one of the ultimate techniques of his family. Jidi is still watching nonchalantly, observing how Yuram is slowly getting cut up from the wind strike. Instead of feeling afraid, the redhead is thrilled to see the Yang family's technique in its true glory. While she's still in a weakened position, Myung-ho pedals forward with surging speed, aiming to finish her off with a single strike. He seizes the moment by emphasizing that not even the best of Yoram's skills can match the ferocity of a famous sword clan. This is bad news because the guy is about to use the second form of his house arts, swinging past the majestic dragon blade flash, an attack that chops up Urium with several cuts. The fight seems to be over, with Myung-ho proclaiming that he didn't expect to use his sword arts in a place like this. He spent years and years trying to hone this technique in secrecy, and it seems like his efforts bore fruit in a proper situation. Now Myung-ho believes he will receive official acknowledgement from his family, thinking that he's finally succeeding Yang Taiha. But while he's on his high horse right now, Bro's sword tapers clean off from the middle, stunning him. As for where the other half is, Yoram rises like a demon in cold blood. The blade is in her mouth. You see, she wanted to find out what was so special about his family since he couldn't stop talking about his stupid family. Descending with speediness, Yoram denotes that a sword family is plain useless if it doesn't even have access to their weapon. Creating a sword art form of her own, the redhead invokes the 999th technique of the Yu family, and its name is beating the shit out of a yapper. Myung-ho gets smacked into the ground, still yapping about how that wasn't a proper technique. The fight's over with his points hitting 0, and at last, Yoram achieves her beloved first place. But she's so exhausted by the end of it that she topples. Jidi catches the little one, questioning how it feels to have finally won. The redhead is flustered and talks about how tired she feels to the point she's begging to be healed by Gaul. The human battle simulation officially concludes with Team 50 gaining first place. Outside, strangely enough, it's snowing on a spring day. Miss Gale remarks that it's probably because of Gaul's influence, because whenever the Blue Dragon clan feels depressed, it's destined for snow to fall around them. The Blue Dragon is lonely, it seems like, and as per his guardian, she demands that he melt her heart. At the same time, Bro can't tell why he's being dolled the hell up just to melt someone's heart. Miss Gale thinks it's the ideal way to help a kid's day be made, so mission melting Yule's heart now begins. The target is currently sitting all by herself in her room. The tiny blue dragon appears sad with a crayon in hand. The tinkering bot calls out to little Jewel and urges her to become a princess with him. This is so funny because instead of melting the blue dragon's heart, it only ends up pissing her off even more. The dude doesn't know what he did wrong while Bomb is out here confused about what in the heck he's dressed up as. Gale's antics have been caught because not even dressing up like this is enough to melt the girl's heart. Instead, it only scared the little one. The bot tries to deflect blame on Gale, but this girl quietly hums like she never had a part. In the end, the poor guy had to wash up in peak depression, playing like a fiddle. That aside, Yoram returns with our majestic protagonist, annoyed that it's snowing in the middle of May. Gale quickly comes up to greet them and asks if it was fun, not knowing that Yoram's got a snowball prepared in advance. She quickly grabs the poor girl, offering her a gift by shoving it down shirt. The angle is diabolical, by the way. Urium also states that she mixed dog poop into the ball, and let's just say I'd be washing myself with bleach after that. Bomb is focused on her crush, praising him for working hard, while Jite takes notice of the tiny blue dragon. Apparently, she's prepared a cute drawing for him, a present for their caretaker. Jit looks at the drawing, one that outlines all of them in the spring. He notices Gale, Urium, and Bohem alongside the janitor, but the cutest part of all is Jidi holding Jael. It's almost baffling to this guy because he can't fathom why it's him. Just watching a picture of himself like that is enough to make him smile. To reward the girls, he offers them a 3-day-long trip to have some fun. Baum is excited thinking that he's being generous because of Jules' drawing, while the same blue dragon who was depressed earlier crops up a smile. Thanks to her mood settling back to normal, the snowfall stops, resetting the spring weather. Aside from that warm little bonding moment, the scene cuts to Russian land, Severobaykalsk. 20 years back in the time of the Great War, this same land was once used as part of the facility. But right now, it's just a secret location where people avoid touching. And this just so happens to be the vacation spot because Gayal is chilling out here with her beach hat, questioning how the Mr. managed to find such a gorgeous place. Jitai shares that he cleared a dungeon and found it through that, while Uriam expresses her complaints that they had to drive all the way here instead of just teleporting directly. Boehm thinks it's more realistic and enjoyable to travel in this manner, but she's curious where he's headed next. GD explains that he'll be pitching them a tent and collecting food while they can enjoy themselves here. Baum is always looking for a reason to involve herself with him, so she wants to come, but he rejects her, instructing that she watch over Gel instead. She sulks in sadness while the ever-so-observant Yoram notices this interaction. Our guy goes up and sets up the tents, working his way through. Around the area, he notices a special mushroom that screams, "Don't eat me." After a while of setting things up, Jite returns to fetch the girls, only to be shocked by what he sees. Bomb is out here looking like the bomb, while the other girls are also playing around in her beach outfits. By the way, that swimsuit is the one that she wore back at the department store too. It's so hilarious because she teases him for wanting to see him in a bikini all this time. This flirty little comment and that pose is crafted to give this man a boner, but Judy is not a simp and looks away. Joram teases the guy for trying to avoid them because she thinks if this is how he's gonna react, then maybe she should have worn a bikini too to surprise him. Hilariously, Joram gets her head smacked and knocked into the ocean for that little comment. After a while of playing around, it's already evening. The girls expected some super delicious meal, but they came back to see utter poison cooking in the damn pan. Whatever it is, it's not for consumption. Yoram thinks that this man might be trying to kill them with a poisonous hot pot, while Gale recalls her traumatizing memories of eating way too many poisonous mushrooms in the Amazon. The redhead straight up calls it disgusting, worse than dog food even. Jite counters by saying they all eat Bam's food just fine, which further pisses off Bam, who expected him to actually like his food. Bro just can't win right now. And while these guys are fighting over the food, the little blue dragon takes a chunk and swallows it. Realizing that she just ate the damn thing, all the other sisters crash out in fear that the kid might actually die. To Gidi's own shock, Kyle smiles and remarks that the food is actually quite delicious, stunning all the other sisters, not to mention that she finally spoke. The girls are starstruck while Gale questions why she's only deciding to talk just now, but then figures that maybe the little one just didn't want to talk this entire time. Yoram buds in and makes it seem like it's the problem of the golden dragon for being an annoying yapper, even though Gale denies those allegations. Gidi is curious how Bam knew, who explains that she's heard the child speak a few times at home, but she didn't say anything out of desire for everyone to see on their own. What amazes the green dragon is how the little one wanted to impress Jite most of all, the same man who sulks in his memories, recalling how badly he tortured her and stomped on her in his past life. He reminded her that this was her cage forever even though she begged him to spare her, stating that he would eventually need her. The comment graces him like the gentle wind. He looms over the little girl who speaks once more, expressing great joy for the food. This kind of expression is something that Gita couldn't experience in all the other lives. And all this time, this man has refused to regret the past where he treated her harshly. After all, for any kind of regressor, regretting means death. That's why the regressor always reminds himself, even Jitai, that what he's going to do in this life, he's going to make sure the little one grows up healthy. It's such an amazing scene because he embraces her with such gentleness. The scene ends with the girls finishing up food. Yoram's still not satisfied and wants more, even though earlier she was the first to say how terrible the meal looked. Since Jite cooked, Bomb thinks it's a great idea to clean, but the redhead is a lazy bum who wants to smoke. The scariest sister casually grabs her shoulder with a calm temper, ordering her that they'll clean together. Just a single touch is enough to put her senses on alert. Joram agrees and casts a summoning circle at once before pulling out a certain someone from it. It's the trusty janitor who is forcibly summoned. At first, Bro gets in the feels thinking that they were missing it at home, so he sheds tears of joy. But then the girl happily points him towards his beautiful task, an ugly-ass mess of a stove ready to be cleaned. The redhead tells him to get it done quickly, and the poor guy has to do it all by himself, only for Bam to come along and help too. Even Jitai can't believe that they summoned the janitor just for this task, but Jutai thinks that anyone complaining should just go up and help clean. Sensing something from nearby, he orders them to go inside the tent fast. They're confused when a figure pops out of the shadows, suddenly ruining all of his mystery with a loud hello. Jutai the girls are confused, calling him an average boomer in the woods. Judy politely states that they're on a family trip and discovers that this man is also here with his pregnant wife and child. The excited man is shocked that another person managed to come here with how few people know about the location, but our boy is locked in and provides him information about the abandoned mushrooms, the mushrooms that they ended up eating all. The man is stunned before revealing that he's the one responsible for actually planting them to the point he didn't expect someone to just pop in and eat. Feeling responsible, Hite rightfully apologizes, but the man thinks it's fine because he left them without marking. From one look, the redhead comes up to confess how this dude actually looks pretty damn strong. Our guy doesn't even know how powerful this dude is, and in his mind, reflects that he didn't intend to confront the 9th most powerful superhuman in the world, Myongyong-hee, the Druid of Regeneration. This guy is actually one of the rarest nature-based superhumans personally handled like a national treasure. And in all of Jutai's past lives, he remembers having this dude as an ally and at some point, even a scary enemy. Compared to all the other events, Jite doesn't remember too much, but he remembers one key detail. Yanga always worried about his pregnant wife, which implies the mushrooms were for her. Activating his space-breaking inventory ability, our boy grabs something and throws it towards Yanga to catch. This is actually a 1,000-year-old ginseng with adequate healing properties, a gift to make up for the mushrooms. Just looking at it causes the man to bow down in deep gratitude because even GD understands this thing is much more valuable than the mushrooms. Instead of letting him go, Yanga asks if the guy has some free time to spare because there's a gorgeous region up ahead, pitching them to see it together. Even though GD is about to decline, the girls run up genuinely excited and want to visit, putting our dude in a difficult spot. To make sure these girls are safe, he puts a belt of wood around their bellies just to be safe. Both dragons are confused as hell, while GD watches the two get tangled away like a bunch of brats. With her husband apart, Myung-ho's wife apologizes for her husband's occasional childlike behavior, but Jida is okay with that and assures her to go on. He watches her leave, which actually leaves BOM and him some time spare. The green dragon remarks how it seems like a family trip, one so different from their own. Hite doesn't even pretend that theirs is a real family. Brothers out here colder than Lloyd Forger. Still, Bomb argues that their family is missing a mom even though all the others are her younger siblings. And get this, to riz this man up, this girl literally puts off her hair tie, sneaks up to his face, and boldly whispers that she wants to be the mother. Not even our boy can survive this riz. Her sly little comment with that close of a distance is enough to leave him sweating bullets. Bro's so speechless that Baum actually laughs before telling him that it's all a joke. Bro covers his ears to conceal his red ears while she continues to fluster the hell out of him. That romantic moment aside, Jite's servant returns with some information on Prototype X. Back to his work mode, he ushers BOM to catch up with the others while he himself turns the other direction to handle a sudden affair. With him leaving, the green dragon wonders where he's headed, while the janitor makes a dead joke stating that it might be the bathroom. Bomb is unimpressed and goes murder mode on the janitor for making a joke on her hubby. Let's take ourselves to Moscow, Russia, where a certain lady is expecting a visitor. This happens to Jite's servant while the man himself arrives for a quick break. The servant assured him that he didn't have to forcibly come, but our boy wanted to take a break from the trip. As for what his servant found, he explains that it's supposed to be some kind of project for demonic humans to deploy Prototype X. The files remark the Alliance's raid project, and ever since Jite annihilated the demonic humans lurking in the lair, these guys have been having it tough knowing there's an outside force messing around. That basically paints the picture that they want to make amends. Jite's servant remarks that it's possible that they're targeting a 70-person raid unit to kill all of them using Prototype X. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any direct information on Prototype X itself, prompting our boy to go inside and confirm the facts on his own, urging his servant to keep a close eye here. The servant lets him be while the scene cuts back to the two families enjoying a gorgeous view. Yanga is out here making fun of Gel's name. He's actually baffled that each girl is named after the 4 seasons, while Urium complains how their so-called papa never even bothered putting effort in their names. BOM suddenly notices Jit's return, who simply states he had to go see someone. BOM is concerned while the redhead jokes around that it's probably some chick he wanted to bang this late at night, inviting the green dragon's annoyance. As for the scenery, Yuna directs the group's attention to focus towards the sky, which suddenly rages blue lightning even on a clear night sky. This is a rupture according to Gale, and she's the most shocked by the event. That's because the rupture literally tears apart reality itself, exposing the mesmerizing beauty of the cosmos, a peek into the brilliant universe. Each and every girl is baffled. Gale, being the attention kid, tries to catch all the photos. Using this as another instance to bond, BOM asks if Jitai has seen anything like this, but our boy merely denies it. That's actually when the green dragon watches his silhouette in his regressor outfit for the first time, enlightening her with newfound information. Before she could say anything, the stars begin to collapse from the sky, creating yet another gorgeous moment for the audience watching. Gale, Yoram, and Yongha's family are rendered speechless, while Jidi carries the little blue dragon who is so laser-focused on the scene that she speaks again by calling it pretty. With the closing of the night, the next day props up. Jidi bids farewell to the 9th superhuman in his family. The man is such a romantic that he shares having confessed to his wife to this location too. Jidi calls this memory of his romantic utterly baffling Yongha because he never even expected a guy so nonchalant and cold to say stuff like that. Out of curiosity, he asks Jidi if there's someone he loves. And what do you know? Bro's gaze instantly goes towards BOM before stringing back to a memory of his past lover. Remembering her, he denies loving anyone. And out of nowhere, Yonghe's wife starts coughing blood relentlessly. Fearing the worst, the poor guy opens up a portal to leave for his wife's sake, while the little kid misses Jewel already. Back to our family, Jidi urges the girls to get ready to leave too, but it seems that the spring dragon is pretty depressed and shaken from last night until he grabs her and asks what's up. She doesn't say anything except switch topics and reveals how sad Yule is for leaving. This is tough. Jite watches the little one face her reflection, so he comes along and collects some water from the lake, a way to create a souvenir or a memory for her. Then he tells her that they'll come back another time, giving her the bottle and making her happy again. While they're having their chill moment, Yoram is shouting at them from the car for taking so damn long. That aside, we shift to Yonga's perspective with his family in the hospital. He's worried sick to death until one man comes along to assist him. This is the first returner or rank 2 on the global leaderboards, BM. BM slurps on his delicious juice while the two friends share a good time for meeting after a long while. The second strongest ranker remarks that he's on a short-term stay and has to leave, but he hastens to ask if the condition flared. Yonga replies by confirming that it happened during the camping trip. 10 whole years have passed, and despite the advanced developments of the magic and technology sector, no one can accurately pinpoint what is actually wrong with his wife. Back during the time of the Great War, she fell, and he regrets not being able to protect her for it. And now some kind of ancient virus is dooming her life. BM tries to play the part of the good friend, but doesn't read the room because Yonghe is furious, roaring that he doesn't care about titles like the highest ranker. The man weeps like a child, expressing that his lifelong and only desire is to see his wife, Hawan, healthy again. Honestly, Bro is such a G for that, while BM snoops around to check if he's really crying. Normally, this dumbass is always laughing like an explosive ogre, so it's rare to catch him like this. The only other time he cried is when Hawan gave birth. BM recalls it was such a funny face while the poor guy is begging to be comforted in his misery. While leaving, BM tosses an object in his hand, urging him to try it at least once. He doesn't explain the contents, but apparently, it's really difficult to even get his hands on. With the sphere provided, BM wants to leave and tells him to say hi to his wife for him. That's when it hits Yonga, who remembers the 1,000-year-old ginseng. He urges the mad scientist to come check because it's something unique, something not even he's seen before. Those words stop him dead in his tracks. Bro's human curiosity gets to him because now he's really interested. The scene cuts back to our family again. Gel is watching her sisters go wham and bam while herself is out here wearing shades like a mini version of Gojo. Suddenly, the little one watches GD call out to her, urging that they play. I think we can all agree that we need this man's routine ASAP. Swooned, the little one dashes full speed on her teddy bear, using it as a surfboard before plopping right up top and jumping into Gita's hands. The man seems happier than ever. His expressions are unlike anything she's ever seen before as he praises her for being so cool. The endless compliments drown the little one who has knocked the hell out daydreaming about the perfect trip. While she's out cold hugging the bear, our boy quietly slips out and shuts the door. Currently, the janitor is also asleep. Yoram is just knocked on the other side of the bed. With playtime over, he now has to leave all dressed up in his aura farming fit. Suddenly, he senses the spring dragon and questions why she's up. Baum complains that she wants to tag along, but he doesn't want to take her. But she's concerned that he's going on a mission based on why he had to leave yesterday. From those words alone, Chait sharply deduces that her providence ability must have allowed her to see certain events. Baum begs him to take her because she knows he'll need her help, but this man plays solo and coldly rejects her. Words don't seem to work, so the green dragon crops up behind his back, whispering that Gita treats her like a child who he needs to protect, that he shouldn't show her horrific things. But she also reminds him that they won't just be happy with just the good memories. And personally for her, she wants to see both good and bad since she's the green dragon. Thinking it over again, Jait refuses to entertain her and sets off, stating that he'll return soon. Left with an emotional gut punch, Baum asks him a burning question, inquiring what he would do in a situation where he would be in pain at the cost of completing his mission. And my glorious king straight up says that he'll still do it. Even if other people hate it or if it hurts them, he'd still do it. Suddenly, the light turns on. Jit is baffled with the sword in front of him, while she explains that she'll need this weapon later on. She actually didn't want him to see the sword at first, and this is a sweet gesture because it riles him up while allowing her a chance to wish him good luck. The next scene takes us to the Superhuman Association building. Here, several famous people from the Superhuman Alliance are posted for the raid. This is the 70-man unit they collected, and they're all about to leave for the mission. Confronting the leader of the operation, Jait coldly instructs him to involve a 70th person, that being him. His audacity baffles the guy. The main goal of the raid is to actually kill the boss of the S-rank dungeon, the Kraken. It's a high-level monster, and even for the raid, only the finest percentage of the warriors were gathered for the mission, kind of like assembling military power. The man who brought this team together is an executive-ranked 90th himself. It's the divine archer, Shiraishi Ryanosuk. Ryanosuk asks if the young man before him is Japanese. Jait asserts that he certainly lives close. The leader is intrigued why this random punk wants to not only join the raid, but also profile the best people going there. The idea is so laughable that Ryanosuk cackles loudly, understanding that this man knows about their mission and that he's already bypassed their security before, which means he's far from ordinary. At first, Bro makes it seem like he was going to accept Jitai, but then he prepares a shot towards him, threatening to attack. It's obvious to Ryanosuk that letting a complete stranger join their raid when he's never even worked with the Alliance is a complete bullshit idea. Bro is out here about to fire green like Gojo fires red, but anyway, he thinks Jait is taking them for a bunch of clowns. Our boy urges him to be sensible in a situation like this, but Ryanosuk is full-fledged ready to send this man straight to a cell. And if he finds him resisting, then they'll simply deem him an enemy of the Alliance fit to be killed. Bro's talking a lot of shit. He ends up lasering the shot, one that Jait coldly dodges like it didn't mean a damn thing to him. The leader quickly kicks his own desk in front of the man, blocking his view, before using both his hands to fire propulsive shots. This way, his opponent won't even know where to dodge. Be that as it may, even by the end of his spree, Ryanosuk is impressed that the man before him managed to block all of it. Realizing that he has to use more than just an ordinary attack, the leader decides to reach for his special move. First, he bounces straight off of his seat before pulling a proper mana arrow, the main ability of the divine archer. Bro thinks he's the main character trying to avoid destroying this building and releases his shot called the Judgment of the Heavenly Arrow. This projectile is remarkably fast, swiftly reaching its way to its target, a man who appears unamazed. Jait casually steps aside before catching the bolt without even breaking eye contact, a way to taunt his opponent. Ryanosuk is only just starting to realize that this man is built different, and he fucked with the wrong person. Actually, our boy sends the same arrow back to this guy's face, slamming him into the wall with incredible offense. The archer's own projectile renders him purely exhausted. This fight's over, and he's like a dog about to be put out of his misery. Looming over the pretentious leader, GD wonders if he managed to persuade him somehow. Hilariously, Bro still has the gall to say no, but our boy is okay with that possibility too, threatening to wear his skin if it came to that. Giggling, Ryanosuk slyly remarks that his skin is quite thick for an old man before popping the use of an ability called Radiance. He thinks this thing is supposed to surprise Jait or something. And like a chicken, Bro runs the opposite direction to try and escape from the boogeyman. Ryanosuk is aiming for the emergency warp machine to transport him directly to the headquarters where he can report this mess. But the moment he tries to slam open his way into the room, my guy comes up with a disappointing discovery. His escape plan failed from the start because the warp machine was already destroyed. While he's processing his shock, an energy blade casually makes its way next to his neck. Jit is holding this man's life by a thread and asks again if he's changed his mind. Completely brain-fucked, the once arrogant scumbag welcomes Jit to the raid unit. In the next scene, Bro is sitting on the office chair while this guy is patched up kneeling before him. Ryanosuk can't help but wonder about this man's identity, deducing that he can't be a demonic human. So perhaps he's a returner or an Ice Guy protagonist like BM is. At the same time, the Alliance would know about people like that. So the big question is why this guy wants to join the raid to begin with. Jite reads the report and asks if this is all of it, questioning what happened to a missing member out of the 70 people that were supposed to be there on the list. The leader expresses that the guy actually went no contact with them, so they had a last-minute substitute with no formal documents involved. Ryanosuk assures him that the man was officially recommended by the Alliance, so there shouldn't be any trouble. But our boy is suspicious and requests to see the operator at once. Obeying, the leader quickly requests the summoning of the standby operator. And while this is happening, Jite's own shadow asks for a conversation. Apparently, he's finally found traces of information on Prototype X, which confuses him because the shadow could easily explain that information over memory communication. Connecting the dots, Jite suspects that the files involve someone he personally knows. His shadow confirms such a thing. Anyway, the standby operator shows up to the office questioning why the heck the room is such a mess. The operator is also confused why Ryanosuk is on his knees receiving some kind of lecture, bruising the guy's ego. The person underneath this armor is someone that Jitai must confront, someone he apparently knows about. He resolves himself to kill this person no matter what happens, but the moment she takes off her helmet, his face drops. The pretty girl before him is Hasayat Bile. In other words, his one true past lover. During his second regression, the war had already broken out for 3 whole years against the demonic humans. Here, working at the same location of the region of Severo-Baikals, several soldiers propped up tents while Jitai waited. He was around 32 years old when suddenly a girl came up to him, poking the side of his cheek, teasing him for falling for her trick again. He glanced at her questioning the outfit while she made sure to show it off properly. Siabjorl could tell the dude was blushing because he turned his face away, and she invited him to come with her to check out a hillside. Watching them talk, the other subordinates wondered if their boss was having a thing for the girl because from a distance, it definitely seemed like they'd been dating. At the same time, they wondered how Setbayal even managed to join the Corps when she looked so young and pretty. That made them question if it all happened because she wanted to pursue her crush, but that possibility is shot down when it is revealed that she actually took care of some kids at the orphanage. Tragedy struck at the start of the war, annihilating the orphanage and reducing the kids to red paste. That marked a turning point for Set Buell, who awakened as an operator-class superhuman, eventually finding her place to be in the Corps. What's shocking is how she managed to appear smiling all the time, but then again, everyone after the events of the war tried to cope and had some tragic past. That night, Jit found the excited girl waving her to come over, stunned that he actually did come to find her here. Bro thought that there was nothing special about the place, but this girl was out there swooning. Scipiol remarked that a pretty moon was here alongside her gorgeous face. Despite her best attempts to flirt with him, this man did not get bricked up at all, so she embarrassingly explained that there's something else she wanted to show him. Her blessing allowed her to detect danger, immediately killing the mood and turning Jitai into murder mode. Scipio told him to tone down his super serious mode for 1 second and simply focus on listening with his eyes closed. He followed her instructions while she remarked that her blessing actually allowed her to detect something more than a threat. Thanks to her senses, she is capable of sensing someone's beating heart. Before Jite could grapple with what she means, the rift opened up, showing us the same universe of falling stars that he saw with the dragons. Except this time, this guy was starstruck. Using this as her moment, she quickly leaped up and hugged his body, confirming that indeed his heart was beating loudly. At that moment, a rush of emotions came over to him. Jutai grabbed her face and kissed her underneath the falling stars, marking the confirmation of their romance. Hilariously, the girl told him to go and apply some balm because bro's lips are chapped as hell. Really pursuing his feelings, this man straight up confessed that he wanted to marry her after the war ended. She thought it was shocking for him to say that, and she was willing to follow through with it too. They even made funny pregnancy jokes because Setbile found the idea scary and teased him to give birth instead. And get this, Jite even agreed to it. This man is a lover pro max. Well, their excited love life came to a heartbreaking, gut-wrenching ending. You see, not only did she die a brutal death, the one slaughtering her was Jite himself. All of his friends were dead. While his body was puppeteered into the act, he begged the perpetrator to please stop, but couldn't stop himself from driving swords into his own lover's body. Jite screamed in agony. This is possibly the scariest freaking end to a romance I've ever seen. The one forcing him to do all of this happened to be a disaster-class demonic human, Hasagawa, who sickeningly enjoyed the melody of his screams. But this is just something he wanted to use against the regressor, the one who gave them so much trouble all this time. Of course, Hasagawa knew that St. Buell wanted her lover to live, so he left him alone. But this was even a more sinister ending. Because this way, Jitei had to remember his fate until the end of time, a reminder to never mess with demonic humans ever again. All this man could do was watch his lover's lifeless body, a fate so agonizing that he took the sword and drove it to slash his own neck, ending the second regression. The system called for his failure and rewound the world once more. By the way, all of those memories are currently drowning him as Setbile questions if he's alright because he spaced out after a while. The leader loses his marbles and begs her not to upset this man. As for the current Jit, he reflects how the Grand Clock, the item of regression, purposefully looks for individuals who stray from the timeline of the world. Using its authority, he checks on Setbile only to discover that there have been a number of changes in her life this time. For example, the orphanage collapsed not because of the war, but because of superhumans, fueling her revenge and forcing her to create a contract, allowing her to be reborn as a demonic human. And get this, the demon she contracted herself with is the all-powerful seventh monarch of the void, Rakshata. The item also warns him that she might remember fragments of some memories from the earlier regressions, but instead of letting his emotions govern the situation, Jite consolidates himself that he needs to kill X no matter what happens. Back to mission protocol, Jite confirms his position as wing guard and instead orders the leader to change it to operator so he can work alongside this girl. After all, his only mission right now concerns killing X in any capacity. This transitions into the dungeon at Hethea's Ocean, where portals open up and the raid army descends forth to confront it. Ryanosuk is among them alongside the girl who actually has her senses sharpened around this man. Jite readies his sword as the Kraken subjugation mission officially takes off. The rest of the party members find themselves confused at the sudden inclusion of Operator Jite, especially since this man came at the last minute. They're worried that he'll be a liability, but they trust Ryanosuk's decisions in the end. The leader assures Jite that while some of them have doubts, it shouldn't be too difficult for them, but he's worried if he'll cause problems here. Our boy remarks that he has no intention of doing that. Ryanosuk urges him to just deal with his business and get the fudge out. What's interesting to Bro's ex-girlfriend is how shaken Ryanosuk appears to be around him, signaling that maybe he's really high up on the ranks, perhaps because he's great at handling dangerous situations. Setbile remarks that she herself is afraid of the water, and that it's actually her first time in a dungeon situation like this. Out of fear, she urges him not to abandon him in case he sinks. Hilariously, the same girl quickly dashes away to address nature's call. Watching her leave, Gite is filled up with his past lover's memories. She was just as nervous back then too, trembling at the mere sight of blood. But one thing is for sure, she definitely did not fear water. This means the bitch is lying, prompting him to activate his ocular ability to detect the truth. Now the reason she doesn't exactly recognize him despite having previous memories is because she's a different version of the girl he knew. Even then, the woman is insisting on trying to pretend to be the same woman from the past, which means her real soul is probably hung in a contract with the seventh monarch of void. The girl in front of him is just a mechanism. The monarch is looking for a way to torment Jitei by forcing him to kill his own past lover again, a way to break his resolve, his confidence. Amiya Karitsugu is impressed with the strategy, but bro ain't gonna fall for that bait. Speaking of which, the Kraken pops out of the ocean right then and there, terrifying the heroes. The titanic beast stuns them with its leviathan-like presence, engulfing the entirety of the land with its boundless tentacles. Ryanosuk is frightened because this massive creature is way larger than the reports he received. Giving his first order, he demands the team to quickly kill the fucker so they can catch some drinks. Yeah. Bro's plan of attack is to just attack. Craziest IQ I've ever seen. Anyway, his forces bluntly charge at the monster with hyper speeds. The first attack is made by the divine archer whose projectile sweeps and pierces a clean headshot right above the Kraken's head. 3 superhumans jump up top for some melee damage. The creature tries to fight back, but their overwhelming numbers slash everything it has to offer. One hero rips its eye open, enraging the beast in a retaliation strike. The monster overwhelms them with one swing of its tentacle, effectively wiping out some of them in a single hit. Next up, a fleet of sorcerers chime in to try and restrain the Kraken's tentacles, while support superhumans try to buff up the effectiveness of each spell. Ranged sharpshooters are firing from a distance, while operators are desperately trying to expose the monster's weakness. The Kraken may be shackled, but not for long. The chains are ripping apart. Even the mages can't hold for long. Ryanosuk begs operator Jite to expose the weakness, and this man dryly responds, telling them to target the beast's left eye. After all, when one of them hit the monster's eye earlier, it wailed in agony. This is the funniest part because Ryanosuk is pissed off at such an explanation, so he demands Setbile's summoning. Jite casually shares that the girl's off to the toilet, which may be the very reason they all end up dying here. Trusting this man's words, the leader decides to follow through. He plans the initiative himself, bursting with unfathomable speed and earning my respect because damn bro really wants that smoke. Manifesting his judgment arrow, Ryanosuk charges it with overwhelming might to kill the monster of the abyss. He sings a song, firing off a colossal bow strike aimed straight for its left eye. The projectile races at max speed, exploding on top of the vulnerable spot, causing the monster to seethe in agonizing screams. The rest of the party wonders if they succeeded at last, and to some extent they did, because the Kraken is forced to descend back into the ocean. Ryanosuk returns to land. He's still injured from his fight against Jite, which is the reason he couldn't even go all out just now. Unfortunately, that hit wasn't enough to kill the beast, and this is the only opportunity they have to finish it off. While he's holding himself together, the golden operator watches from above. She descends, finding the opportunity to land a strike, and is moments away from ending Ryanosuk. Seti peels demonic human-side surfaces, but before she could kill him, our boy sweeps right in to push her aside and save the leader's life. While all of this happened, Ryanosuk didn't even comprehend what went down. The operator sinks into the ocean. Setbile's demonic nature surfaces, angrily questioning how long Jit knew about her plans. Finding his own closure, our boy assures her that Setbile doesn't know him at all. He had regrets and lingering feelings in the past. Both her and both him of the second regression, they died. They died by his own hands. Hearing those words, the demonic human carves up a malicious smile, ecstatic that this man does know about her real identity. It happened on the battlefield. Setbile and Gita were meant to be lifelong lovers. But like Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, he ended up killing her. She even taunts him for having rough lips back then, and literally tries to strangle his ass the next second like the average girlfriend on her period. The demonic human tries to deliver a lethal strike, but this man ain't a simp and blocks it, forcing her to grow tentacles from her back and reveal her true form. Prototype X enters her final form, a terrifying vampiric woman fused with spider limbs. Going full Kennick on his ass, she throws her Kaguni at him, but he aura farms and rips clean through them, gliding in the water. Except those same ripped tendrils return to strike him on the flank, forcing Jite to block again. The demonic human goes on the offensive knowing she's cornering him, forcing him to repeatedly fight back. It actually stuns her that he's become so much more powerful from back then, because if he had the same strength back then, he'd have saved everyone. She says this while managing to block his attack. Sapial curiously wonders why he's only defending and not leading the offensive. She thinks that perhaps it's some guilt forcing him back, driving him not to kill his past lover once more. After all, back in his second life, he literally stabbed her eyes out. How merciless his attack seemed. In an effort to force him to succumb to his feelings, she haunts him by saying it felt cold when he stabbed her relentlessly. The Grand Clock senses the involvement of an item outside of the timeline, one called the Armax Longsword. This weapon shatters those illusion and rips apart the demonic human's limbs piece by painful piece. It's his way of saying he doesn't give a damn anymore while she's the one in agony this time. Jite senses that his clock is actually amplifying the strength of the sword. He wonders if it's because of the malice he personally extracted from one of the guardians. This makes him remember Bam again and also helps him realize that she foresaw this kind of future. Thanks to this weapon, our boy doesn't even have to kill Sebjal's soul when he can directly target the malice affecting her. In fact, the demonic human is already losing control, but Jutai goes on the offensive one more time, ordering her to stop manipulating the poor girl's heart, ordering the demon to come out already. He renders another powerful swing, obliterating her and rendering her demonization further apart. The demon is now cornered. It knows that things are looking bad, so it gazes around and finds the injured kraken from earlier. This is the missing piece after all. Jit isn't a threat if he can't hit her, so she launches herself directly towards the kraken, landing on top of it. And then she extends her tendrils and stabs the monster to siphon its energy. This helps the demonic human take total control of the already weakened boss monster. Jutai is rather surprised that she's capable of manipulating the mind of a beast in this life as well. The demon inhumanly roars his death, throwing a dozen tentacles aimed at him. Preparing for his next maneuver, Jit coats his badass sword with the second form of his formless sword ability, cloaking it with darkness. He raises the weapon up high and swings in a way that it shoots out chains, attacking every tentacle and cutting it down. The demonic human watches the depth of his darkness. It's the only ability that she doesn't recall from her memories, but she can tell from the torn limbs of the kraken that this thing is not mana nor a blessing. It's as if the darkness is created from an intense hatred. Its own design is a representation of murderous intent. And as he charges to finish her off, the demon is only left estranged, questioning how on earth this man happened to achieve such boundless strength. At the final moment, she shows Sepjoral's innocent face, calling him a monster before her own face is ripped clean. Imagine a literal demon calling you a demon, bro, as the John Wick of this universe. Anyway, that last attack shakes the very ocean, causing tides to erupt. This level of strength is familiar to Ryanosuk, who can understand that it's coming from Jutai, making him wonder what the hell this guy is even up to. After the storm clears, our guy carries Setbile's unconscious body. And thanks to the authority of his grand clock, he siphons malice lingering in her. Also, it urges him to continuously see her to ensure further malice does not corrupt her, but at least things are over for now. With the past settled, Bro receives a call from the Golden Dragon who informs him that Uraeum is out here drinking the guy's alcohol. Yep, Papa over here is on work duty and has an alcoholic child problem. With that, the Superhuman Alliance's mission to subjugate the Kraken is officially completed. As for Jite, the guy returns carrying Setbile's body, stunning all four girls with this sudden maneuver. Joram is the first person to question what woman is currently sitting but naked on their couch covered with his coat. She even teases him for bringing home a girlfriend, going on to whisper to her other sisters that they're so nasty for undressing even before arriving inside. Shutting down the claims, Chite shares that she's just someone he knows, but the redhead continues to make accusations of how this is a common love story. Pissed off, Bro prepares his super special karate chop and assassinates her in one hit. He tells them that they're not close and that she doesn't know him, but BOM can understand that his mission involved this woman somehow. Since he's still not done with the girl, he wants her to stay with them for a bit. If it's that simple, Yoram is chill, but the Golden Dragon is the first to roar an objection Ace Attorney style. She has a complaint that this place is supposed to be their safe haven, not for some other person to waltz in. It's hilarious because even the Blue Dragon agrees to Gale's complaints, while Uraeum ironically calls them conservatives. Refuting their argument, Gita expresses that they literally have a janitor guardian inside their house. The redhead and the others still object to the main claim. Even Baum has to side with the sisters. Her main complaint is that it's a woman too. Gale stands true and believes the voting proves them in the right, which means the women can't stay with them. Baum decides to take these problematic children away for our guy to wrap things up. Urium is surprised to see the reactions of the sisters and asks Jite what he's even gonna do. He ultimately doesn't know and thinks the only way out is to just take her someplace else. So in the next scene, or rather the following morning, trouble brews in their House of Dragons again. And yes, that pun was intended. Urium confronts the woman who is going crazy right now, threatening them with a wine bottle. Siadjal is furious, while Jit is chill as heck even though Bro literally kidnapped her straight to his home. The girl is also pissed that she's not in her clothes right now, while Yehorim emphasizes that she never did anything weird. The idea is supposed to calm her down, but it only causes her even more panic. Settle flexes her superhuman status while the Red Dragon is starting to realize that this bitch is straight up crazy. At that point, Jitai receives a notification from the system confirming that he's already extracted 10% of the Malice's traces. Thanks to this, a new truth has been unlocked. Apparently, Sebjal is bound to undergo mental corruption, which means her mental state is going to be in shambles until that corruption fully subsides. This is understandable to Jitai since it's a direct consequence of the malice too. Lunging outrageously at them, Sebjal tries to attack. Yoram asks for instructions, and our boy gives her full authority to beat the crap out of the girl. Sebjal completely misses her since she's attacking blindly, while Yoram uses this momentum to grab her by the wrist and smack her into the ground. That little tackle seems to be enough, except Jit has to cover Jules' eyeballs because Yoram accidentally ripped the clothes right off her. The girl is flustered and throws the blanket on top, blaming Sapiol for charging like that. Also, she shouts at the STPID janitor guardian for not cleaning already. Interestingly, the janitor rejects this request, stunning both of them. Enraged, the guardian shouts that his only duty is to protect the green dragon, and right now he can sense that Jite has stolen his sword. He wants it back, while Yoriam wonders what the hell's wrong with this tin can all of a sudden. Right now, Jite can sense that this thing is in the same condition as Setiol, which means he too has been exposed to malice, and that also means some level of mental corruption was involved. Setting the cute one down, he prepares himself to confront this idiot. The guardian blames his earlier loss for letting his guard down, emphasizing that it won't happen again. But before this dude can even finish his sentence, a karate chop knocks him out instantly. Tinkin hits the floor with his head popped out, and Yoram is just realizing that both of these idiots are affected by the same thing. However, one problem arises. What do they even do with these guys since hospitals are out of the question? First, Gita confronts her bratty ass for drinking all night. Yoram denies it, but he tells her to bring a bottle and tag along with him anyway. He opens up a portal stating that they'll be taking both in a place that will treat them. In the next scene, we arrive in the underground labyrinth. The red dragon is squealing over how cool this place is while Jitai shares that it's his main base and place of treatment. She's a little creeped out because it has a few cells in there, but he tells her to just keep moving. Always being sharp on her feet, Yoram goes out on a limb and asks if he's going to trap them here if they don't listen to his orders. This brings up another haunted memory. He remembers having the red dragon tortured in one of his past lives and how angry she felt towards him. Quietly murmuring, Jutai states that he won't anymore. Next, he stands in front of another weird door. Yoram is starting to question if people really live here at all, while Papa explains that they'll be renting a room. Thanks to her sharp senses, she understands someone strong is waiting on the other side, giving the red dragon the shock of her life when he reveals that it's the second strongest man in the world. Before she could ask any more questions, Bro slams the door shut, and on the other side is welcomed by a monster immediately throwing a powerful fist. Jite doesn't even look at the thing and blocks the attack, taunting his friend for greeting him so roughly. The man sitting there in wait is actually BM, who taunts back that he never really invited him here at all. We have a little backstory snippet of BM, who once quietly drew on his notes, but one day tragedy struck. 40 years back, he was hit with the mass disappearance incident. Superhuman ended up disappearing out of nowhere, and though governments tried to look for them, they could not find a single trace. Those same children vanished for 15 years, and out of all of them, one man returned. They called him BM, the first returner from a world called Aranuth. The same guy is second on the ranking of the strongest superhumans around, currently sulking over the fact that our boy over here cut up the chimera with a clean cut. Jite assures him that he can patch this ugly thing back up in no time. In other words, he intentionally marks a clean cut. BM fixes the chimera, questioning why he's here at all. The man quietly states that he wants a room in the labyrinth, further spooking him out. At this point, he's really starting to question Jite's identity. But our boy doesn't elaborate on what he is, merely that he has people in store he needs to treat for 6 months. BM is not generous and gives him an ultimatum of 30 days at most. Clearly, it's not enough to Jite, but the more he talks, the more this nerd keeps on decreasing the count. BM mocks him for thinking that there's anything left in this world that he needs, suggesting that the item he's looking for is in another world. Shoving him up with a middle finger, this guy thinks he's already being generous to an intruder who broke in and killed his chimera. Since he doesn't want to cooperate, Jite taunts him for acting like he's the owner of the labyrinth before cleaving the whole place down. In other words, Bro is saying he'll keep trashing the place if the fucker doesn't increase the count. Pissed off, BM activates his powers to truly confront him, assuring the man that he'll regret his actions. The ability he's using is called Ahalia's Curse, graded double A+. Since he invoked something like that, our boy is starting to wonder if he's intent on destroying the whole place down. But BM has such precise control that he's confident he'll only need to target him. The arm extends its way to capture its target, but our boy doesn't even move from his spot. All he does is glare at the overgrown limb to stop it dead in its tracks. His powers stun even BM, who can't manipulate his arm anymore, wondering if it's illusion magic. But no, the real answer is something different. Even the cursed arm of Yahello is succumbing to primal fear. The demonic blood is terrified of this man. The craziest thing is that BM didn't encounter this experience, not even when he faced off against Oscar. Teleporting right behind him in an instant, Judy grabs a tube and asks what he's cooking. He flings it over, threatening to smash it, making BM lose his marbles. Bro panics because it's his invaluable sample to create human-like chimeras. Jite is intrigued while BM assures him that he doesn't have a sinister scheme to take over the world. He actually just wanted to make a clone of himself for when things got bad. That's why he's terrified and wants Jite to just put the thing down. Unfortunately, Bro was lying because our guy activated his special eye to detect the truth. He nearly shatters the vial, causing BM to blurt out the real truth. However, Jitai feigns ignorance, not really caring about the answer. All he cares about is the room. No longer having the same arrogance, BM allows him to use it however long it wants. Jitai assures him that he'll be tagging here up to a year. There will be one magic armor person and a superhuman stored in the location, both of whom are corrupted. Accounting for that, BM intends to check on their condition frequently. Interestingly, he spots a bottle left behind. Jitai shares that this thing is way better than the crappy drink he was having earlier. Popping open the vial, BM is straight up baffled with the mystical properties of it. He calls out to Jitai, his face showing complete astonishment as he requests to know when he managed to find the substance. Back to Yoram and the little one, the tiny blue dragon is guarding the door, refusing to allow this flippant brat to go inside. It's just funny how one baby is enough to keep her at bay. Fuel even taunts Yoram for not listening to the mister's instructions. The best part is the girl can't even beat her crazy style like she did with Gale. Tries to threaten her, but the tiny murder machine is still stubborn, further frustrating Yoram because she thinks she's missing out on some god-tier epic battle Baki style. After all, the strongest person from their family is duking it out with the second strongest superhuman. She thinks this fight's gonna be an Avengers-level threat, but Gel still doesn't give a damn. The little girl is standing on business and tortures Yoram, who is starting to realize there's just no one normal in their family. Suddenly, she reaches an enlightening plan. Addressing little Jail, she starts talking about how the baby is sad because Jitai hasn't gotten the chance to play with her. The red dragon persuades her by striking a deal, suggesting that she'll convince him to go on a solo trip with them. The trip will include amazing snowy mountains and delicious ramen feasts, coloring little Gel's imagination. The very thought excites the little one, just enough for Yoram to shift their positions and allow her to run the F away. But the moment she tries to open the door, Jit whacks it open and knocks her ass out again. The girl is so bummed out that she couldn't see their epic fight, though Papa over here denies any such thing and allows her a chance to brawl with the man himself. BM comes along and casually taunts her that he never goes easy on his opponents. But to battle the crazy red dragon, this is everything she wants, so she's ready to spar with excitement. Chugging his drink down earlier, BM scoffs that the scent is something so perfect that it can't be found on this planet. This means the liquor is from the other planet, Arendoth, the same place where he disappeared for 15 years. He's shocked that the guy managed to find something that wasn't even available on Earth, rose in love, and straight up kissing the bottle right now to the point he's happy to lend the room for 10 years at this point. Jitai heard the clamoring outside and decided to ask him for a favor, which happens to be what BM is doing right now. The second strongest superhuman faces a little girl who is excited to play with him. My guy thinks that it'll be a fun pastime while he can go check the room. BM also learns that they're his daughters. Chitai confirms this information himself, while little Gel shies away from looking at the new friend. Back to Joram, she's out here unable to contain her excitement, showering him with praise, how pictures of the guy are circulating all around the world. This makes him wonder if she thinks of him as a cool person, but she shoots his ass down by saying he's a loser gamer nerd. What she's really curious about is if the guy is stronger than Javier, a name that he hasn't heard in a while. BM recalls that the guy went blind, making him wonder what happened. The little girl acts like she doesn't know a thing, though BM can confidently assert that there are at least 5 superhumans stronger than him, and BM happens to be even stronger than all 5 of them. Bro is aura farming right now, and this dragon girl is falling for it too. She views him as an amazing figure. The mad scientist takes her to a room specifically used for combat assessment since he doesn't want more of his stuff destroyed. Before he can even say start, Yum crops up a heavy fist and flanks him only to get her attack blocked. Her fist is heavy. BM looks down at her for attacking with such impatience, but it's a fight that she's been dying to have, especially since she hasn't fought anyone except weak people this whole time. BM commends her passion and hastens to fight her with his cursed arm. While their epic duel is going along, things are on the calmer side for Jitai, who discovers the labyrinth room and then utilizes his portal to transport both corrupted beings here. He instructs them to only stay here until they're better, something they don't rebel against. Also, our guy turns around to find the Crystal of Paradise, an object he hasn't seen in quite a while. This thing is actually crafted in a dimension way beyond their understanding of magic. The same crystal is meant to keep humans happy and full, but the same joy is manipulated and forced. For example, in one of his past lives, Giti had to shove the red dragon in here for a while, hoping to contain her anger. But even as he did, Yoram found herself so disgustingly in pain that she begged to be killed instead. The whole thing blew up in a failure, but he's hopeful for these two. By the way, even with short exposure to the crystal, Huel is already losing it in a funny way. In the next scene, we return home with BOM holding the baby dragon, finally understanding what created the huge mess. Jitai shares that they won't be seeing the janitor guardian for a bit, which is lame in Jiol's eyes. Yoram seems to get frustrated all of a sudden and shouts at her for trying to stay by his side. From the looks of things, BOM can tell that something must have happened because the red dragon is injured. Jit, on the other hand, reflects that this girl got humbled and curb-stormed in the fight. Back in the red dragon's room, Yoram is sulking over her defeat. She lost so miserably that it physically agitates her, making her realize that there are so many forces out there more powerful than even him. Jewel comes along and suddenly startles her, causing her to fall and hit her head. Joram shouts at the brat for not seeing the big sign outside the door insisting to knock. By the way, this kid is here to make her uphold her side of the deal. You see, all those sled and noodle talks have to be backed up now too. Joram realizes that she's talking about the whole trip, but she thinks it's cheating because Gel didn't move out of the way. She plops down back on her bed, refusing to persuade Jite, especially when their deal never made it through. To make it worse, Yoram orders the little one to get out since she's already in a bad mood. So then Gel uses her ultra-secret super-duper powered move called, "I'm gonna cry if you don't help me, bitch." Yoram feels guilty and well. In the next scene, we find her arranging a meeting with Papa. Geo leads the charge and hesitantly asks if he's got time to kill tomorrow. At BM's good old lab, the Chimera is sweeping the place down like a seasoned maid. This alcoholic dumbass is already regretting drinking half of the whole thing, but what bugs him even more is the concerning identity of Jitai. After all, the guy somehow had access to Arundhotha's liquor and has formidable knowledge about chimeras too. Setting aside the vial, BM deduces that perhaps this man is also a returner from the same world just like him. That's the only logical explanation why someone like him has such dark circles too. BM is excited and wants to ask him the next time they encounter each other. Interestingly, the chimera picks up on the man's hair, which BM immediately realizes is Jit's hair. This is perfect for the nerd who has a whole new gift to work with as a lab experiment. Anyway, that creepy scientist aside, we go back to Gayal's pretty little request. Her papa confirms that he's free and asks what she wants. Mustering every little bit of courage she has, the blue dragon suddenly puts all the blame to Yoaim to handle things for her. Gite actually takes issue with this and slanders the red dragon for forcing a child to say such stuff. Joel glances at Yoram with great anticipation. Just her eyes show a kind of trust that she expects her sister to live up to. The red dragon crops up a smile and completely fucks everything up by asking this guy on a date. The funniest part, bro even accepts the offer, leaving Gale's expectations completely floored. The poor girl is destroyed while this guy is actually interested in taking her for a rematch against BM if she wants. Joram declines the offer and tells him to have the date with the blue dragon since she wants it the most. Aside from that, she wants to talk to him about a personal matter upon his return, something that is truly serious. Silence ensues when Yoram leaves. Jitai asks Jewel what she wants to do. The little blue dragon blushes and requests to go sledding. The scene cuts to the Himalayan mountainous regions where these two are actually having serious fun on a sledding descent. Our big guy is unfazed like usual, even bouncing off the edge of the mountain without a care in the world. This kind of height thrills the little one before they land with a heavy crash. Joel finds the activity pretty fun even if her legs have gone numb from the fear. Git pulls her up and puts the little one on his back, asking if this is more suitable. Joel ends up covering Bro's eyes, concealing his vision. Instead of letting go, the cute marshmallow proceeds to cover his nose too before inevitably covering his mouth as well. It's so cute to see this moment. And by night, both father and daughter are done with a heavy meal. The hilarious part is how this little dragon alone managed to eat 20 damn packs of ramen by herself just now. Kyle watches his socks from the side. Jite questions what she's trying to do, and like an excited baby, she tries to pull them off. Being a responsible parent, Jutai urges her not to play with his socks since they're dirty. Instead, she wants to play with his hair, but unfortunately, Gil shares that she ended up losing it. She even makes a cute face to apologize. Making sure his daughter stays happy, Bro plucks another strand and gives it to her, reminding her that this is the last time. He also doesn't want her to use others to talk about playtime, insisting that Gil ask directly because he'll always make some time to play with her. The baby dragon is really happy hearing that, and soon after, cozily sleeps with her teddy. Watching her sleep so comfy like that, Jit recalls that today is actually the same day the blue dragon receives her first revelation. Because you see, during the lifespan of a dragon, they find fitting values and fitting environments. For example, the green dragon focuses on art and craftsmanship. The gold clan acts as deities, while the red clan are battle-hungry warriors on the battlefield. Finally, the blue dragon is the freest of all of them, having no set purpose beforehand. Instead, the moment when the child reaches 80 of age, they receive a revelation from the previous lord. It's kind of like the avatar state. The wills of the predecessors are interconnected to give different tasks to new blue dragons. These tasks become the very lifeline of a blue dragon, their own destiny. Currently, Gil is sinking into the abyss with one of the predecessors, a supreme blue dragon that addresses her as his child. The blue dragon hears an unfamiliar voice, one that calls out to her, a voice that soothes her even though it comes from a godlike dragon. This is supposed to be her grandfather. The creature welcomes her, congratulating her for leading a healthy and happy life. Gael agrees and confirms that there's someone wishing happiness upon her just like she is for that man. Because of that, her predecessor explains that she has to carry out a grave task because the future is dark. It's possible that she will lose some of her allies, but during that time, it's necessary for the girl to protect what's important to her. Also, that giant thing just now transformed into a human to make the artist's life easier. Gail feels doubt in her strength, but her grandpa points to her heart, which matters most since it will gauge who she needs to protect and how. With her determination, she will succeed in protecting them. In short, Gail's only revelation is for her to protect the ones who she holds dear in her life. The tiny daughter is tasked with one simple mission, and with that revelation, the dragon dissipates into the void. With newfound resolve, little Gail hopes to become big and strong to protect her loved ones. In the next scene, we arrive at a coffee shop for a meeting between Jitai and his shadow, who apologizes for not being proactive enough. More importantly, our guy wants to know information regarding the invisibility. The shadow brings up Malaysia's Ball, which is supposed to be some rare kind of dungeon considered to be grand and very difficult to conquer. It's impossible to tell what room contains what trial, and even top rankers end up risking their lives for it. Apparently, Lair actually intends to hold the final year event in that dungeon, while Invisibility intends to use the followers to create even more demonic humans. The goal? Placing Wee Wan at the summit of it all. Jite is certainly intrigued by this method. While the shadow shares rumors of invisibility spreading throughout because of Prototype X's issue. In other words, people are already searching hard for the killer behind Prototype X's defeat. Even a huge bounty is placed on our guy's head, that being 15 top-level mana stones. The good thing is that no one knows it's Git, so he tasks his shadow to simply focus on Russia and Weiwan from now on. More importantly, he wants him to find out about the festival too. The shadow's fine with both tasks, but a little confused why Gilles in the corner is acting so suspicious. Even our boy can't tell what's wrong with her because she's been acting extra protective ever since that revelation of hers. Suddenly, Guy receives a message from the Lair department. He's a little confused about this until he goes home and explains to the girls about some chaperone counseling. Apparently, all three of the girls will have to have a conversation. Poor Gil wants to join in, but Jairam teases her for not being a student. The redhead is being extra pushy lately and grabs Jaite for a private lovey-dovey conversation. It immediately kills the mood for the rest of the sisters then and there. Since first up is Yoram, Jit asks about the things she wanted to talk about days back, inquiring if she's worried. When he sits down, the red dragon confesses how weak she truly is. Not gonna lie, even bro is disappointed hearing that, even reassuring her that BM is just that strong for her level. However, Yoram doesn't have that concern. She just hates the fact that even after winning against the students, she did it thanks to her dragonic strength. In other words, she had to use some of her dragon heart, almost going as far as to unveil her new form too. The victory felt pathetic even for her level. Comforting her, Jit remarks that she's already too strong since the blood flowing within her isn't normal. In other words, he calls her lucky for having the ability to dominate just because of the way she was born. And if she forces evolution, then she'll fight her own nature and pay huge costs for it. Yoram doesn't want to care about the future. All she cares about is being strong in the present. Jotting his notes down, he offers to give her a chance during school break. The redhead is confused until he explicitly reveals that Jit will be personally teaching her ways to become stronger. This seems like the offer of her lifetime. But instead of feeling grateful, the cocky brat thinks that she's going to be doing him a favor by becoming his student. Up next is the Golden Dragon, the popular idol girl who straight up says she likes school and friends. Since she doesn't have needs, Jite asks her to send BOM in instead. However, Gale asks for something last minute, requesting to go to some kind of dispatch. Apparently, the academy sends students to military bases, and she's interested in going. When asked why, the Golden Dragon shares that she's intrigued with volunteering work and meeting new people. She also heard that she could do performances for the soldiers, something really in tune with her nature, even though she thinks he would never allow that. Papa over here considers it and explains that they'll talk more later on the subject. In his thoughts, he thinks her desires are aligned with the Golden Dragon's nature. Finally, there's Baum. He asks if she's doing all right, to which the Green Dragon simply shares how her life has been simply about taking care of herself and her sisters. When asked about her needing something, Bam assures him that she doesn't like creative stuff merely because of her association with her clan. Also, she's the first person to ask if Jutai needs something instead. In fact, the girl is out here making the wildest moves, snatching his clipboard and teasing him for being in need of some love perhaps. Jutai concludes the conversation, but BOM over here doesn't want to stop. The girl is so bold that she straight up sits on this guy's lap while he's having to remind her that people generally don't talk like that. He even tries to weasel his way out by saying his knees hurt, so she should come down while she teases him by scribbling down notes on the clipboard, calling him an old man. Jite orders her to stop, but this girl is seriously bold as hell and wants to be this close instead of remaining at distance. In fact, she literally straight up grabs his hand and confesses her desire to be closer to him. Bomb brings her face near his, suggesting that he can move away at any time. The weight of the office chair collapses on one side, causing both of these lovebirds to fall down. Bomb rests on top of him, while the Green Dragon continues to question if she's too much for him. Chite is out here straight up dazed like his soul has been reaped while her heart is pumping on top of him. Right when she's about to say something important, she recipes another vision, this time concerning the horrific bastard who stole our guy's happiness the first time. By the way, Guillaume accidentally stumbles into the room and questions what the adults are doing. Gita tries to explain that Bam is attacking him, but she shuts his mouth, emphasizing that she was just playing a simple prank. Bam apologizes to the little one for startling her, but Guillaume actually wants to join in on the fun. She wants to do the whole counseling thing too. Gita reminds her that she doesn't go to school, but from her face, it can be said that the little one is jealous as heck. The spring dragon quickly hastens to leave to prepare dinner, but even as she leaves, words hang down in her throat as she has seen something sinister. The Academy's end-of-the-year event is announced receiving worldwide attention. Traces of corruption and conflict soar sky high with authorities including governments, guilds, and proper families donating to the festival's cause. Wei Wan stands at the podium announcing that it will be held in the Malaysia's Ball Dungeon. There are interviewers curious to know if the difficulty level will be adequate for students, but Wei Wan assures them that the current batch is much stronger than the one they received last year. Also, this team will consist of students, but also include proper rankers with established guilds and families. In other words, they've spent quite a bit of time preparing, and he assures them that they've got more reason to be excited about the event than worried. As for Bro's teaching assistant who's watching this broadcast from home, Guakpanwi is terrified to be working under his ass. Hashimoto adds that Wei Yuan is indeed harsh for ruining his arm like that. All of that hate is focused on the man known as X, the one responsible for foiling their plans. Still, Guakpanu thinks their mistakes will be rectified soon when the plan reaches fruition. Because if Wei Yuan is handed a proper seat, they'll all receive proper respect. Both assistants are hoping for good preparations for the event. Panhui is about to spoil something but refuses to do so at the last second. But this seductress urges him to spill the beans, even using her voluptuous thighs as a means to corrupt Bro's mind. The horny takes over him, causing him to blush. Eventually, Panhui caves and hopes for her to not spill the beans. The truth is they're actually planning on recruiting 2 disaster-class demonic humans and 1 calamity class to attend the ball. Excited, Hashimoto asks for names. Hasagawa is the only one that he's able to reveal before Panhui gets a sudden phone call. Now you guys may be wondering who this chick is. Well, it happens to be Jait's beloved shadow servant who confirms receiving critical information. Back at home, Gold and Blue are chilling together while Judori readies himself in a sexy-ass suit to attend someplace. They're left baffled. Gale asks if he's headed for a wedding, but Korean John Wick clarifies that he'll be attending a funeral instead. Outside, he walks with the memories of Hasagawa creeping in. This is the same bastard responsible for torturing him in one of his lives. While Mr. Hot Guy is chilling around, people seem to be fixated on a mesmerizing woman that looks like a celebrity. It's Bomb who finds him in the distance even though he tries to avoid her gaze. Like a maiden in love, she zooms up to catch up to him while he asks why she's dressed up like that. Apparently, BOM wanted to dress similar to him thanks to her knowledge of the future of how he was going to be dressed anyway. It's a cheeky move. Gita plays it nice and tells her to go back, which is a response that she predicts with accuracy. BOM summons that she'll obviously say no, emphasizing that he'll need her help. But the cold-hearted Jait will angrily look at her before BOM falls down crippling and weeping for him to come home. Dropping the mystery, Jait declares that he's going on a mission to kill someone, emphasizing that he's not a good person at all. In fact, he's only going to kill more and more people, and his methods will be sinister each and every time. That's why he doesn't want the Green Dragon to see such horrific events, so he urges her to go home now. Instead of backing out, Baum shares that as a member of the Green Dragon clan, she has the ability to peek into the future. But not just that, she can't even do anything about what she's able to see. For example, the other day, she saw a mentally ill child kill her own mother, despite her taking care of him for 2 decades. The method was insanely cruel, but she couldn't do a thing. But when it comes to him, she wants to do everything. She wants to help him like that one time how they saved a woman together. Hearing those words, GD actually lets out a sigh and ends up submitting for the first time ever with the condition of sending her home if she messes with his mission. An excited Bomb is the happiest she's ever been, and the scene takes us to Kyoto, Japan, where the puppet master Hasagawa is readying up to take his leave. Let's cut to the fancy-looking Grand Hotel. Jait and his Valentine enter the hall, and the first thing they see is even fancier-looking couples just bawling it out. She's surprised that this is the location where he's gonna have this supposed death match. And though she did manage to catch glimpses of it using her ability, she's seeing it for the first time in person, so it's still overwhelming and confusing to her that a fight is gonna break loose here. Shitai moves forward, urging that she keep her guard up because there are enemies around, even though she senses that there aren't any demonic humans around. One woman comes along. She's a blonde with a fancy red dress expressing her interest in GD's family. The guy casually states that he's from the Kanatsuki family, the same clan that loves operating in secret. At the same time, she had no idea this family had such a looker, making Bomb a little jealous. She desires to share a dance with him, but he refuses on behalf of not knowing how to dance. The woman is chill with that and even wants to leave the dance for his sake, only for Baum to barge right in, grabbing her arm before hugging him and stating that they're already planning on dancing together. Well, that's one way to humiliate the blonde because the girl is left fuming and turns around in frustration. Meanwhile, Baum really is in a mood to dance and asks him to do so, believing that it's the best way to blend in with the environment to avoid suspicion from the enemy. She's got the perfect excuse for it too, for the sake of the mission and all. In the end, Jit is mission sexual and agrees to the job, clasping her hand. The people around them are quick to ask about the couple. All of them are swooned by the 2 celebrity-like figures stealing the spotlight. The girls want the dude, the guys want the gal. GD swirls her around while Bomb praises his dance move improvement. Jit urges her to pay attention to their mission, so she clarifies that there still seem to be no signs of any demonic humans. The people here seem to be sane, so she asks further about the kind of person he's looking for. Jit shares that the man plays music and pretends to be an artist and speaks of the devil. The man himself arrives to meet the second son of the Kanetsuki family. Hasagawa reaches out as an organizer helping around, apologizing for interrupting their fine dance. He also learns about the gorgeous Bomb who introduces herself as Haru or his secretary. The spring dragon praises the old man for his fine music while Hasagawa acts humble in front of her. Closering on Jitai, she insists on becoming a pair of butterflies to steal the limelight of the party. Hasagawa laughs, insisting on greeting her as the mistress next time with the way things are going. Our boy is starting to think that she's overdoing her part, but the spring dragon teases him not to make awkward expressions. Forgetting about her, our boy asks the old man when his performance will begin and learns that it's about to start. Bom is thrilled to hear it for the first time while the old man hopes that it leaves a mark. With him aside, she realizes that Jite wants to smoke this guy, except that's the tricky part. This fucker is actually immortal. At the same time, each resurrection takes him a while, specifically 10 years worth of wait. Now the original plan for Jite was to annihilate this whole party alongside the fat old man, but he's fine with letting some entertainment carry on. Bom can understand where he's coming from, while Hasagawa's performance takes the center stage. The green dragon is out here playing full baddie mode because she's invested in finding a method to kill the old man for good. As for Hasagawa, he glances at his piano before committing to his real plan. By the end of the night, Jite waits for Bom to wrap up, but it appears she's busy vomiting. He assures her that there's still time to back out, but apparently, she found herself really disturbed with such a performance. Our guy thinks that the place is unsuitable for someone like her. Even with Providence, she should know the facts as it is full of corrupt people, not for a young innocent soul like her. This makes him wonder why she has to come here at all when she doesn't deserve it. Bomb ponders the question before heartily confessing that she doesn't want him to feel alone. Jitai doesn't get it and emphasizes that he'd find a way to kill Hasagawa for good. Bomb comes out of the restroom, sharing that she was actually busy plotting something, and with a confident smirk, assures Jite that Hasagawa will play his final performance tomorrow. Speaking of that day, the old man is ready to play once more, a composition he created that earns the audience's applause. From the moment he plays, his music causes these humans to divulge in emotion, while Jite and Bom remain unaffected. To initiate their plan, the Grim Reaper tells her to brace herself because what she's about to witness is going to be her most terrifying memory yet. He drops the wine glass, shattering it and earning the attention of all the mind-controlled puppets just staring them down. Both of them are targeted by Hasagawa, who is furious that someone had the gall to interrupt his beautiful performance. While everything goes nuts, our boy and the girl just stay chill. Looking at the people around her, Bom realizes that none of them is actually alive. We go back a few moments earlier when Jitai asks her if the people at the gala are actually corpses. The girl confirms it, saying that they are all just puppets being used by Hasagawa. When our boy asks her how she is so sure, she reveals that she can tell because she is a dragon. By touching someone, she can sense if they are alive or not. When she touched one of the girls, she did feel a bit of life, which bothered her since it seemed like the only part of them alive was their ears. Our boy reveals that the man has a hobby of collecting human ears, which means that he pasted them onto them so they become his puppets that can only listen to his music. He realizes he was too impatient in his past lives when he killed Hasagawa before finding out about this secret. Baum asks about Hasagawa's immortality and explains how demon contracts work. She draws a picture to show that if a demon fails its goal after transforming, it has to go through a molting process. She excitedly suggests a plan to fix things, and our boy agrees because he wants to force Hasagawa to show what he is hiding. With this, he decides to go with the plan Baum came up with. Back in the present, Hasagawa stops playing his piano and screams in anger because his performance got interrupted. He orders his minions to cut off the intruder's ears, and the walking corpses lunge forward like hungry beasts. Surrounded on all sides, Bam asks Chitai if this is the brutal world he always deals with. When he nods, the girl closes her eyes and makes up her mind. She wants to understand his world better, refusing to just stand behind him and be protected. A huge, invisible pressure blasts the walking corpses far back. The girl stands with her hair blowing in the wind as glowing magic circles appear under their feet, unleashing her ultimate skill, Draconic Tongue. This crazy power shakes the whole building and locks the walking corpses down tightly with magical chains. Even Hasagawa cannot escape the chains and is frozen in place. The girl tells Jite that she will hold back the puppets so he can focus on the puppet master. Our boy nods and dashes toward his main target like a dark streak of death. Hasagawa struggles for nothing against the glowing magic circles, hissing and roaring that this magic cannot stop him. But the violent demon energy starts to burn the girl out and her dragon scales begin to fade. Seeing her wobble, Jite realizes she is still too young to handle a demon like Hasagawa all by herself. The walking corpses take the chance to rush forward, but our boy swings his sword and creates dark streaks of light that slice through the air, knocking his enemies away. He stares coldly at Hasagawa, who is still screaming about his ruined performance. The puppet master threatens to cut off their ears to make them permanent members of his audience, and he switches to his molting state, draining energy from his puppets to make himself stronger. The dragon magic shatters, and Bomb falls to the floor, completely wiped out by the demonic energy. She pants and apologizes for not keeping the magic up longer, but Jite gently tells her that she did more than enough. As she looks up at him, Bro starts aura farming and tells her to leave it all to him. Meanwhile, Hasagawa lunges forward crazily, screaming that their presence is just annoying noise, insulting his art. The girl warns the hero as the demon closes in, but it seems like it's a bit too late. Even the puppet guy thinks he's won until he hears our boy talking about some ancient tradition where they cut off the ears of the nobles. He asks the man if this is where he got his inspiration and comments that his music sucks. The puppet guy isn't gonna let him talk trash about his music, but before he can say anything, his head gets chopped right off his neck. The power of the slash is so strong that the skyscraper shakes, and Hasagawa's headless body is left standing there. His head rolls across the floor in a pool of black blood. Our boy stands there emotionless and announces that playtime is over. As Jite stops the head with his foot, the girl looks at him and realizes just how strong he is. As she calls out to him, he assures her that the puppet master won't die from this. Just then, Hasagawa starts laughing and admits that our boy must know him pretty well. He has a power that surpasses most superhuman rankers, and he knows about him, which can only mean that he is X. The demonic guy starts asking him about his goals, commenting that he must want to achieve world peace or something, but our boy shuts him up, saying that he is talking too much for a corpse. Since his audience is dead, he can no longer perform for them and will lose the immortality that was granted to him by Amr Burka. This makes Hasagawa a bit surprised since our boy even knows the name of his master. Still, he believes that he hasn't lost yet because he can still perform without an audience. Moreover, if his audience leaves because his performance isn't good enough, he can always improve and make more audience members. With this, the guy launches a series of strings from his decapitated body and launches them towards Bomb. The girl is too shocked to react and gets caught up before she can do anything. Hasagawa admits that Jitai might be strong, but his girl is too weak. No matter how strong someone might be, as long as their human nature is intact, they can still control themselves. Bro thinks he has outsmarted our boy and starts telling him that his love is the reason for his downfall. If he touches him, he will kill the girl. And if he doesn't do anything, the girl will kill him. His only choice is to kill himself or kill the girl. Unfortunately for this UNC, he has no idea who he is going up against. As Bomb charges at Jite with that sharp piece of glass, he continues being nonchalant and comments that the puppet master has a horrible hobby. Then suddenly, he turns his head towards him and mentions that he is glad he hasn't changed. The old man gets a jump scare, and before he can figure out what he means, Bro gets teleported to the spirit realm. He wonders if this is all an illusion, but Bomb appears behind him and reveals that he is actually in her mind's realm. Instead of being controlled by him, she is actually controlling him through those strings. The old man realizes that the girl is not human and tries attacking her, but it's a bit too late for that. Baum reveals that her source of power comes from the green dragons. And even though she is weak, she will never lose to someone like him. Hasagawa remembers hearing about the green dragons, but he always thought they were a myth. With him completely tied up, the girl finally tells him that he was also wrong about her being Jite's lover, at least for now. The guy starts screaming as he is once again teleported to a different location. This time, he is sitting on a piano in a cathedral. Jite tells him that the hotel collapsed, so he took him somewhere else to finish his performance. This is the same place where he puppeteered humans to brutally slaughter each other. Among them was our boy who was made to kill the very woman he loved. Jite stands there in silence as all those memories rush back to him. He then announces that this will be the final stage for this demon. Hearing this, Hasagawa laughs and reminds him that he has literally sold his soul to the devil in order to make music. As long as his audience remembers his performances, he will not die. Bro gets a bit too excited and reveals that since they are alive after hearing his performance, he can't be killed. Our boy suddenly picks up his head and admits that he might be right. However, this doesn't mean that he can't be killed using a different method. The next moment, he starts slashing off his arms and comments that if he can't perform for the devil, his contract will be rendered useless. After cutting off his arms, Bro looks him dead in the eyes and orders him to perform for him. Hasagawa starts to panic, but he still thinks he can regenerate. However, it turns out that Bomb's mana is preventing his body from healing. With no other option left, Junk starts smashing his head to the piano in order to perform, but the devil isn't gonna listen to this trash piece of music. As a result, his contract gets terminated and he burns away. Jite catches one of his burning remains and throws it back. Noticing his reaction, the girl asks him what happened in this place. Instead of answering, he pinches her cheeks and tells her not to do something so dangerous again. Bom complains that if she hadn't done that, the guy might still be alive. Our boy knows that she is right, so he pats her on the head and says that it's time to go back home. Back at home, we see her creating a Mr. Observation report in her diary. In her report, she writes about different things she has observed about Jite so far. This mostly includes things about his personality and his behavior. She also writes that he loved the bold dress she wore. While Baum is busy writing fan fiction about our boy, he enters the room and asks her what she is doing. The girl immediately reaches for her diary and hides it, which makes him even more suspicious. When he questions what she was writing, she simply tells him that she was filling in stars whenever she felt closer to him. Still a bit suspicious, he decides to buy it and leaves. Bom takes a sigh of relief and wonders what happened to him, since he never really cared about what she was doing. This makes her think if he is changing because of them. While she is deep in thought, Gel enters the room like a ninja and starts reading her diary. The girl freaks out for a second until she realizes it's just her little sister. After making fun of her drawing, Gel shows her the ID she stole from her papa. Grabbing the ID from her hands, Bomb tells her that she shouldn't be stealing and suggests returning it. However, when she takes a look, she notices something on the card. The scene then changes to the headquarters of the Global Superhuman Association. Someone watches the news reporting an incident at a hotel in Kyoto. According to the initial investigation, the likely suspect is a superhuman. Jefferson Antonio, the association assistant, gets frustrated listening to the news and asks Minamoto, who is the 13th ranked superhuman, for an explanation. Instead of giving him an answer, she looks away and simply stands there in silence. The guy continues screaming that they don't know anything about the incident or the culprits behind it. Hearing all this, the girl sighs, saying that he is being too loud. This pushes Bro to the edge, and he shouts at her to find out the people responsible for this since his boss wants answers. The girl tells him that she will look into it and begins to leave when he calls her back and shows her a report submitted by an anonymous person. It's about that Lair's end-of-the-year event in Malaysia's ball. The report mentions that something is going to happen at that bar. Hearing this, the girl asks him if it's about demonic humans, and the man confirms it. Turns out that some disaster-class demonic human and a calamity-class demonic human have infiltrated the alliance. This finally gets Minamoto's attention, and she slams the table, asking him if he can take responsibility for what he just said. The guy reveals that the report was found on his desk, which means that whoever delivered it was skilled enough to sneak inside. At first, he ignored it as a prank, but after thinking about it, he realized that it actually makes a lot of sense. The girl then asks him why he is telling her all this. He explains that Malaysia's ball is in Japan's territorial water, and according to their intel, the demonic human squad from the Balkans is headed there. Her job is to eliminate this threat while they look for the infiltrators in the Alliance's special forces. All of this is a secret, so they can't let this go public. After leaving, Minamoto thinks to herself that the guy really looks down on the Japanese royal family since he makes them do all the dirty work. She then starts thinking about the report and realizes that it must be related to Hasegawa's disappearance. The person who killed him was able to avoid the Alliance's tracking, which means that they are pretty skilled. This makes her wonder if this was the work of an organization. While she is thinking, the driver asks her if he should gather the team, but she tells him to stand by for now since she is planning to go to the assembly first. The scene then changes back to Jitai's house where he is surprised by the 4 dragons. Turns out that it was his birthday, and Bom got to know from his stolen ID card. Gail proudly asks him how the surprise was and mentions that it's her first time ever congratulating someone on their birthday. Bro looks at her and realizes that she is wearing the same dress that Baum wore for the ball. She reveals that she wanted to wear a dress for the birthday party, so she borrowed it from her, but the chest part is a bit small. While they are talking, Yoram gets annoyed and comments that it's too cringe. Then all of a sudden, she launches in the air with the cake in her hands and prepares to slam it straight in Jite's face. We go into a flashback where we see her struggling through one-armed reverse push-ups, drenched in sweat and gritting her teeth upside down while muttering that she should probably just give up. To her, it feels totally ridiculous for someone from the noble fire dragon clan to be learning how to fight from a human. She figures if anyone ever finds out, even a stray dog passing by would roll on the floor laughing. But then again, looking at our boy, she's not even sure he's actually human. She knows she has zero chance of beating him even in a fight to the death. It's frustrating, but she at least wants to get back at him once just to feel a little satisfied. Because of that, the fire dragon decides to ambush him with a birthday cake. Right now, Jit's holding little Gel completely off guard. Yoram smirks to herself thinking that since his hands are full with a kid, there's no way he can defend himself. She yells out a happy birthday and lunges forward like an arrow. Our boy just stands there calmly, watching the girl fly toward him with the cake. But little Gel senses something's wrong. Suddenly, memories of her grandfather flash through her mind. He told her to keep what matters most to her safe no matter what. With this, she quickly forms a shield around the hero to protect him and blocks the attack. The cake soars through the air and lands smack in the middle of a bewildered Gale's face. The room goes dead silent, and Yoram scratches her head, feeling a little bad about her over-the-top prank. Putting that mess aside, the birthday party officially starts off with a table full of amazing food. After wiping her face clean, Gale quickly recovers her composure to lead the gift-giving ceremony. Jitai sits in his chair and coldly remarks that he's not some kid who needs presents. Gale smirks and teases him, saying that at 27 in dragon years, he's basically still a child anyway. Our boy picks up the first gift and asks who made it. Baum smiles and takes credit. Inside a red box is a silver pocket watch that looks classic and classy. The moment he touches it, his eternal clock skill alert vibrates intensely, making him curious. He opens the watch cover and finds a photo inside showing the little dragon family together at the lake with the words "Fun Times" written on it. Gita stands there silently looking at the photo before saying thank you. Next, Gale excitedly holds up a pink piece of paper explaining it's a wish voucher. She rambles on about how he can make her do anything and that it's the best gift ever. However, her face goes pale when he asks for actual money instead of the voucher. Yoram cackles at her sister, calling the gift lazy and insincere. She reaches into a paper bag to show off what she calls a truly practical gift. The ultimate gift from the fire dragon turns out to be an old, freshly washed white sock. The whole group is left completely speechless. Yoram happily explains that she wears this sock all the time, but washed it her own way before gifting it. Initially, our boy feels a bit confused, but the sisters react like it's a big deal. He suddenly remembers that little Jewel also sneaks looks at his socks sometimes and directly if socks hold some spiritual meaning for them. Gol tries to explain, but her sister quickly covers her mouth, telling him it's nothing and not to guess. Dropping the sock issue, she tells little Gol to hurry up and show her gift. The shy little girl walks up to our boy and softly asks him to close his eyes. Jite obeys, wondering what the kid's planning. When she tells him to open them, he sees a necklace with a tiny glass vial hanging in front of his chest. Bam explains that she and the little girl made it together very carefully. Inside the vial is one of Jewel's dragon scales, and the chain is braided from her own hair. Hearing about the hair chain, Jules pauses and asks if exchanging hair has some deeper meaning. Bam waves her hand, saying there's no hidden meaning. It just shows how much the girl likes him, so he must never lose it. Jite nods with a smile and promises to keep the gift very carefully. Gale stands nearby in complete shock, unable to believe this cold uncle is actually smiling. After that, our boy tells everyone to go to bed early. The scene then shifts to the freezing Marie Birdland in Antarctica. This is the only part of Antarctica not claimed by any country, but a secret underground organization is currently building a base there. Unlike the International Superhero Association, this group is a collection of powerful individuals who only want to wipe out demons. The members include Minamoto Ai, a female prosecutor for the Japanese Imperial Special Mission Bureau, who ranks 13th in the world. There's also BM, the first person to return from Aeronath, who holds the second spot in the global superhero rankings, and Myung Yong, a druid of regeneration ranked 9th in the world from Korea's famous magic clan. Right now, he is crying bitterly and constantly calling out Minamoto's name. She walks into the room, sighs at the scene, and asks the scientist what's wrong with him this time. The guy falls down to her legs, sobbing that the doctor just shared some massive news. He explains that his wife is finally showing signs of recovery after so many years. This amazing news stuns the whole group because her illness was always considered incurable. The concentration of ancient viruses in her body is dropping fast, which is a miracle that no research could achieve over the last 10 years. The guy tightly holds BM's hand, confirming it's all thanks to that medicine he made. BM modestly downplays it, saying the herb itself just acted as a powerful antibiotic to destroy the virus. He curiously asks where he found such a magical medicine, noting it was never even seen in Arundhoth. The guy reveals he received it from a stranger he met along the way, stating he was no ordinary person, but someone incredibly powerful. Hearing this, the BM begins to wonder if this is the guy he was looking for. Just then, Minamoto interrupts and pulls him into a corner for a private chat. The man stands behind them, muttering that the two will fall in love and find happiness. She coldly finishes congratulating him on his wife's recovery and walks away. BM follows her in confusion, jokingly asking if she suddenly developed feelings for him. She shuts down that thought instantly, saying he's not her type. Her face quickly turns serious when she reveals that it's about Hasagawa and a Calamity-class demonic human. The two head out into the hallway to keep talking. BM points out that Hasagawa's disappearance and a strange report sent to the Hero Association headquarters are both the work of the same person. That report mentioned a disaster-grade monster would appear, and Hasagawa is definitely one of them. The girl sighs and admits that, looking at the situation, that seems to be true, though she isn't entirely certain. For now, the association plans to go ahead with the year-end event. They've asked her to quietly deal with the monsters gathering around the area while they search for any hidden monsters inside the association itself. Hearing this, BM laughs out loud, calling them idiots and saying it'll be a miracle if they actually find anything. He notes that she and her allies are the only ones doing the real heavy lifting, but asks if she really needs to keep this a secret from the tree. The girl replies that it's a matter of life or death. She feels it would be too cruel to force someone who just escaped 10 years of torture in hell to return to that nightmare again. Hearing this, BM asks her since when she's been this gentle, joking that he's so moved he could cry. That ticks Minamoto off, and she threatens to off him if he doesn't knock it off with the jokes. He gets back to the point and asks what she actually wants from him. She asks for his help tracking down Hasagawa and finding out where that recent report came from. BM pouts and reminds her he's not some detective whiz, but then an image of Jite pops into his head as he mulls it over. He heads up to his room, and Minamoto asks if he's thought of something. BM grins and says he's got someone suspicious in mind. Meanwhile, the scene cuts back to Jite's place where the gang's still celebrating his birthday. After a long grind, they finally polish off all the food on the table. Gail yawns and rubs her belly, saying she's totally stuffed and sleepy before heading off to her room. Our boy checks his watch and sees it's already 1:45 a.m. He notices little Gel starting to doze off, so he gently touches her cheek and tells her it's time for bed. In her room, Bam's writing in her diary, noting that it's December 12th and Jitai's birthday. Suddenly, door opens and he walks in with the little girl. He asks if she's still awake, and Bam quickly slams her diary shut, blushing. She shouts at him for barging in without knocking, but he explains he's just there to put Ghoul to bed since they share the room. As our boy turns to leave, the little girl reaches out and grabs his shirt, asking him to sleep with her. He tells her he needs to sleep in his own room, but she pouts, looking disappointed. BOM steps in and asks Jitai to stay until the kid falls asleep, reminding him that Ghoul even gave him a birthday present. Hearing this, he gives in, and the three of them lie together on Bom's bed. Our boy feels awkward because the bed feels way too small, but BOM tells him it's only because he's too big. He notices Gel's eyes are still wide open, and BOM explains the kid's probably just excited to sleep next to him. She tells him to stroke Gel's head to help her doze off. Jitai hesitates, but then plops his hand heavily onto the little girl's stomach, making her jump. Bam tells him to be way more gentle. He tries again, softly stroking the little girl's head. Relaxing from the warmth of his hand, she quickly falls sound asleep with her finger in her mouth. Seeing this, Bam compliments him on his soft hands and says she's surprised at how fast the kid passed out. He tells her to go to sleep too. Instead, she asks if he'll help her sleep as well. She complains that lately, she keeps seeing scary prophecies. The MC brushes it off as just a nightmare, but she reminds him that he's her guardian and she's still just a kid. Finding her pouty attitude hard to resist, he asks what he should do. Boam takes his hand, places it on her cheek, and tells him to stroke her just like he did with Ghoul. Feeling the softness of her hand, Jitai gets flustered and blushes hard. He quickly turns his head away, says he's tired, and bolts out of the room. Outside, he wonders if he's gotten too soft and caught up in daily life. Just then, his system sends a notification via Grand Clock EX confirming that a target's been exposed to a small fragment of malice. The target is the 30-man Airborne Special Forces. Our boy feels a wave of relief since he's more used to dealing with this kind of stuff. The scene shifts to a construction site where a worker is knocked backward into a wall. Another worker steps up to complain, asking if members of the Superhuman Association are even allowed to do this. The woman is a powerfully built blonde member of the association. She tells the worker to leave because she can barely understand what's happening herself. Overwhelmed by strange emotions, she begins acting aggressively. This group is the 30-man Airborne Special Forces, an elite response unit of the Global Superhuman Association known for dungeon raids and high-risk response missions. Jite used to be a temporary member of this unit during his early and middle life loops. He walks deeper into the construction site and notices the two workers running away in fear. They warn him that it's dangerous and tell him to run. Suddenly, a loud stop echoes and the blonde woman appears. It's Belle Barian, the captain of the task force. She angrily shouts at the old worker for not running away fast enough, threatening him. The old worker trembles in tears, scared for his life. In this life, the task force was sent to find monsters at Lair Academy but ended up influenced by malice. The contamination twists their personalities and speech into a violent state. Realizing they got infected because of the report he made, Jite tells the old worker to run away and keep quiet while he handles things. The woman notices him, raises her hand, and asks who this skinny kid thinks he is. She launches an attack, but our boy stops it effortlessly with one arm. Jite remembers how Barian used to put a hand on his shoulder back in the day, telling him he was too skinny for the task force and offering him protein powder. Back in the present, he jokes that although she's gotten stronger, her attacks feel weaker. Frustrated, she rushes toward him again, but Jitai releases an overwhelming aura, causing her to stumble backward with nothing more than a casual flick of his hand. Seeing their captain get blown away, the other muscular members realize that the twink is actually strong. Enhanced by a high level of physical strength, they clench their fists and charge at Jite like madman, ready to crush him. Our boy stays totally calm as they rush toward him, only letting out a soft exhale. He locks his gaze forward and charges at the attackers, starting with a sharp knee strike straight to some guy's face. Another dude sees this and swings a big axe at him, but he's way too quick and dodges it easily. He follows up immediately with a hard punch right to the guy's face. The last guy still hasn't realized how dangerous Jitai is and keeps charging in. The men yell, convinced that no matter how strong the scrawny dude seems, there's no way he can handle all of them swarming him at once to crush him. Suddenly, our boy pulls out a special combat move called Blade Gulliquar Combat Arts. In an instant, he lands a critical hit to the back of each person's neck. He mutters to himself that he's a bit rusty since it's been a while since he used this skill. Shite finds the side effects of the technique annoying and wonders if Yerim will ever be able to pull it off properly. Right then, a huge crate comes flying at him from a distance. He calmly turns around and uses his arm to easily slice the heavy box in two. Barian regains consciousness, whips out a level 3 relic weapon called the Rue Jingu Nunchucks, and lunges straight at Yujitai. Facing this brutal attack, our boy uses just one hand to block it easily. He simply crushes the weapon with his bare hand, leaving the girl in complete shock. Seeing her sitting there dazed on the floor, he steps forward and asks if she's finally calmed down a bit. The girl still can't believe her eyes and asks who he is. Jite replies that she doesn't need to know, ordering her to follow him obediently so he can cure her and her crew. That stings Barian's pride, and her face darkens as she asks if he is seriously telling them to surrender. Without hesitation, she rushes over and grabs him tight to pin him down. She calls Gite an arrogant villain and warns him not to underestimate them, shouting that they're warriors who risk their lives on the front lines and don't fear death. Our boy tells her that he has no intention of killing them, but the girl refuses to believe him and tells him to shut it. She then orders her warriors to stand up and fight to the end for their pride. Seeing that the group's hopeless, Jitai uses his power once more. He thinks about how their annoying personality hasn't changed, but this is why he liked them. The next moment, countless souls pour out from Jit's body, which freaks Varian out. He looks the girl straight in her eyes and asks if she is ready to cooperate now. Bro summons his stolen powers, including the Fallen Angel Legion, the Heavenly Eye, and the Shadow of the Grand Duke. Before long, he has the whole group neatly under control. He uses his Grand Clock authority to start cleansing the 30 contaminated targets, and the system confirms the presence of traces from beyond the horizon. The Grand Clock authority collects the surfaced malice, pushing the progress bar to 15.3%. Once the process finishes, the glowing particles fade away into the air. Jite wonders if 30 mentally contaminated people will fit into the lab and decides he should bring some good wine to smooth things over. The scene shifts to BM's lab, where the Chimera places a magic stone inside a level 4 artifact called Hera's Kaleidoscope. BM feels pretty satisfied, eager to finally test the machine. He's been trying to study a strand of hair that Gel lost, but ordinary equipment was useless. With this artifact, he's confident he can find the source of her power. While he works, a hand touches his shoulder from behind. Annoyed, he says he's busy and tells the visitor to get lost, but the hand keeps touching his shoulder, making him mad. When he turns around, he finds our boy standing there with a bottle of wine. He coldly notes that this is where Gyul's lost hair ended up. BM tries to make an excuse, saying he just found it on the floor while cleaning up after his last visit and had no bad intentions. Without a word, Judy takes the hair and destroys it. BM panics at the sudden loss but quickly shifts back to business, asking what brings him here. Our boy explains that he has more corrupted people. BM accepts the wine gift happily, but when he looks back and sees a massive group of giant men sitting in rows on the ground, he's completely helpless. He complains that 30 huge soldiers are way too many for his space and realizes his lab's gonna have to be expanded. He sighs, feeling like Jites made him a beast of burden yet again. BM notices the badges on their clothes and realizes these people are the Alliance's airborne special forces, recalling that Minamoto mentioned they were sent to hunt hidden monsters. As they sit there, the girl shows signs of waking up and asks where they are. Jite doesn't know how to explain the situation easily, so he stammers and lies, saying it's a mental hospital and he's the doctor. She looks over at BM, and our boy adds that he's the nurse. The girl recognizes BM's haggard face and expresses surprise that a famous high-ranked hero is working part-time as a nurse. Jite cuts to the chase, telling her they have to stay here for 3 months to a year because their thoughts and emotions are contaminated and uncontrollable. He warns Baryon that if they leave now, they'll lose control and hurt innocent people. Forced to accept the treatment, she asked for some space and equipment to train, since they can't lose their strength. BM gets angry, asking if she thinks his lab's a gym, but Jit puts a hand on his shoulder and cuts him off, telling her that the nurse will prepare everything for them. BM sighs at getting bossed around again. Our boy then glances over at the living armor and the captured girl who are busy cleaning and asks how they're doing. BM admits the situation's bad since the armor guy just deeply misses his old lady master, but the real issue is the girl who has absolutely no will to live. Hearing this, our boy walks over to the girl while the living armor quickly joins the commandos to lift weights. He asks the girl if something's bothering her. She recognizes him and apologizes for causing a scene before. He sits with her and tells her to let it go. The girl opens up, asking if the newcomers are from the Alliance. When Jidi confirms it, she explains her tragic past. She used to work at a small countryside orphanage. During a massive flood, the other adults ran away, leaving her alone with the kids. She hid the children inside and went out to check for monsters. Though the monsters missed the building, a blinding flash of light suddenly leveled the entire orphanage. It was friendly fire from the Global Superhuman Association's artillery. She was the only survivor and blames herself for their deaths, explaining that a dark entity took her over afterward. Jaitai asks if seeing the Alliance members makes her uncomfortable, but she surprisingly says no. She explains that instead of feeling pain, she actually feels strangely happy since arriving at the lab. Sitting, cleaning, and reading boring magazines all feel fun to her. She lies back on the ground, crying out that a terrible person like her shouldn't be allowed to be happy or keep living. Our boy stands up and bluntly tells her that if she wants to die, she should just die because living requires having something to look forward to. As he walks away, the girl wonders if he also has something to look forward to. Jite looks down at the crystal on his chest, thinks for a moment, and replies that he's trying to do that too. Right then, Baryan walks over and asks if they are done talking. She tells the girl she overheard that she lacks a will to live and claims she knows a perfect remedy. The next moment, we see the girl trying to do a push-up and the group yelling at her that her physical weakness is the real reason she wants to die. Since they have no gym equipment, Barayan decides to start her off gently with unarmed exercises, warning her not to use magic so they can clear her mind of bad thoughts. The girl cries out in utter despair, admitting defeat. Our boy tells Armada to take good care of her, and the armor agrees. BM walks up to Jitai, curious about how easily he answered questions about the Alliance, and deduces that a Calamity-class demonic human is indeed going to appear at the year-end event. Jitai confirms a massive battle is coming and tells him he'll need his help. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the penthouse where Gale is excitedly looking at a tiny yellow creature that looks like a little chick. The scene then changes to Lair Academy where Gale and her classmates are happily strolling down the path. She walks with them carrying her acoustic guitar case, wondering why their classes ended so early today. Her friend explains that a huge problem just broke out at the mythical creature facility. Mythical creatures are magically awakened animals that hold high-density mana, and some superhumans tame them to work together. Her friend notes that since the main disaster alarm isn't going off, the escaped creature is probably not that dangerous. A classmate suggests they all head downtown to check out a new cute cafe, take some pics at a photo booth, and hit up the local amusement park rides. Gale looks down sadly and tells them she doesn't think she can go. Her friends immediately realize her guardian's way too strict, and they complain that he's being super overprotective. They figure he's just trying to keep her safe because she's so pretty, and they promise to buy her a cute key ring to make her feel better. They wave goodbye and head downtown. Gale waves back with a bright smile and tells them to have fun, but the moment they turn around, her smile completely drops. She walks alone, telling herself that Jit's only looking out for her because she gets really anxious in crowded, noisy places, though she feels fine now. Then her inner rebellious teenager flares up. She wonders why he hates her playing the guitar so much, complaining that she can't even practice at home because she's always walking on eggshells. She has no idea that Jit's actually traumatized because she committed suicide as a broken pop idol in past life loops. She runs through the streets, spinning like a top in her cute chibi form, and decides that if she can't play at home, she'll just play outside to show the world the true rebellious soul of the gold dragon. Soon, the scene shifts to a quiet sunlit forest where Gale sits comfortably on a rock. She figures a secluded quiet place like this is perfect since crowds make her nervous. She unlatches her case, takes out her acoustic guitar, and plucks a single string. As she plays, the local forest birds fly down to sit on a nearby branch and chirp along with the tune, while a tiny squirrel and a white rabbit gather at the base of her rock. However, right in the middle of her solo, a dark rustling sound comes from the thick bushes behind her. Gale freezes and her eyes widen in panic. She senses a presence, realizing it doesn't feel like a normal person or a regular animal. Suddenly, a warning Jite gave her a few weeks ago flashes in her mind, reminding her to run away immediately if strange adults try to hand her business cards outside. She immediately swings her acoustic guitar over her shoulder like a club and screams at the bushes, shouting that she doesn't need a business card from a creep. The leaves part and a tiny, perfectly round yellow chick steps out. Her eyes instantly turn into giant glittering gold stars as she realizes that it's just a cute chick. It doesn't take long for her to turn into a creep, and she asks if she can touch it. The chick takes one look at her wild face, lets out a terrified peep, and runs away. Gale chases it through the forest, screaming that she won't touch it and only wants to look. The yellow chick is surprisingly fast, jumping off the ground and running vertically up a massive oak tree. It hops onto a high branch safely out of reach and sits there. Gale looks up, completely heartbroken, and wonders if the chick hates her. Later that night, the family sits around the dining table having dinner at the mansion. Suddenly, Gale sets her chopsticks down with a quiet click and says she doesn't really have an appetite, so she's going up to her room first. She walks away with her head drooping. Her sisters look at her in confusion since she ate more than everyone else. Hite notices that something is wrong and decides to go check on her. When he enters her room, he catches her eating snacks. The girl tells him that she suddenly felt hungry and asks if he wants a bite. He declines and his eyes drift to her tablet screen, which displays an article titled How to Bond with a Chick. Gal sits up and explains that she met a wild chick in the mountains today and wants to get close to it, but it keeps running away. She sighs, worrying because it's getting cold outside and the chick lives high up in a tree. She looks up at him with big, hopeful eyes and asks what he does to get someone to open up when meeting them for the first time. Our boy immediately remembers how he lured her with food and gives her the same suggestion. The girl gets excited hearing this and promises to try it tomorrow. Meanwhile, we see the chick sitting peacefully on a high branch. Suddenly, it hears a bunch of cute kittens down below. However, the next moment, their eyes turn red and they immediately lunge at the chick. It seems like the bird couldn't react in time, and we see a couple of feathers flying in the air. The scene then changes to Gaol, who is running around excitedly with a bag of fried chicken to feed that chick. Jite had told her earlier that the chick was probably hungry, so she thinks that doing this will make it interested in her. However, when she runs over to the tree, she finds it empty. Looking around, she notices a bunch of feathers with blood over them. Moreover, there are claw marks on the tree along with signs of mana. This makes her remember her conversation with her friend when she told her about the spiritual creatures who escaped from the spiritual creature sanctuary. It doesn't take Gail long to connect the dots, and she realizes what is going on. Meanwhile, in Heidling's entertainment district, we see the cats bullying that poor chick. The chick is trapped in a corner, and the cats don't seem to be willing to let it go. It asks them why they are doing this even though they are from the same sanctuary. Hearing this, one of the cats gets furious and tells it that they are simply jealous of it. Back at the sanctuary, everyone always loved the chick and gave it special treats. All of them got ignored because of it, so they want revenge now. Just then, one of the cats charges forward and prepares to cut the chick using its sharp claws. However, our girl comes in clutch and puts herself in front of the cats. She takes the hit for the little chick, making sure that it's okay. After grabbing the chick, she turns to the cats and scolds them for doing this to their own friend. The cats seem a bit annoyed since they don't want to deal with a human, so they decide to leave the chick alone for now. After they leave, the girl smiles and tells the chick that she found it by following its scent. She mentions that they should first go and treat its wounds even though she has injured herself. The chick notices her injuries and says something in chicken language before closing its eyes. The next moment, we see it sitting on top of Gail's head while our boy watches in confusion. She tells him the entire story and says that she only got a few scratches. Jitai scolds her for being so reckless and reveals that the chick is not ordinary. While healing it, BOM mentions hearing about the incident at the sanctuary and assumes this chick must be one of the creatures who escaped. Suddenly, the chick opens its eyes and starts chirping. Gail gets excited seeing, and it quickly gets up to bring some water. However, Gail stops her before she can leave and instead uses her own magic on the chick. She uses it to feed the chick, and just one sip of that magic water makes it fully energetic. All the girls are excited seeing this and quickly gather around the bird. The chick introduces itself and thanks them for their help. However, none of them can understand what it is talking about. The girls turn to Jitai for the translation, and he casually tells them that it is saying thank you. The chick seems especially grateful to Gail since she was the one who saved it from those freaky cats. It even bows down to show its gratitude, and the two of them shake hands. The scene then changes to the cathedral where we see Wyan examining that piano. Just then, a girl walks over to him and comments that Hasagawa disappeared in this place. The guy refers to her as his elder, and she mentions that he must be excited to ascend to a seat. We learn that she is the Calamity-class demon named Isel Khalifa. The guy apologizes to her and says that he must have paid more attention to this matter since it's related to his work. Isel tells him that it's fine since she was getting annoyed at him anyway for asking her to make puppets all the time. While she is talking, Wyan notices her puppet holding a man. She tells him that they caught him while he was hiding in here, probably to call for more backup. The man turns out to be the 14th ranked superhuman Edward Crane, also known as the Hound. He looks at Wee Yun with disgust and calls him out for being a traitor. The guy doesn't really care much and simply apologizes to the girl and says that he will finish him off. However, before he can walk closer, the superhuman uses his ability and asks him if he really thought he'd get beaten by a punk who pretended to be a teacher at Lair. Wine freezes as he realizes just how fast the guy can move, and before he can react, the man has his by his neck. Even the red-haired girl seems a bit surprised. While choking him, the man shouts that he will take him down with him, but suddenly his head gets all twisted and explodes. We hear someone's voice saying that he shouldn't make a mess in a sacred cathedral. Wyan seems excited as he looks at the guy who just walked in and calls him elder. The guy looks back at him with a smile and comments that it's been a long time. We learn that he is a disaster-class demon named Noah. Wyan explains that Noah is seen as a god among the demonic humans chosen to be appointed to the seat by the abyss. He knows almost nothing about the guy except the fact that he had reached the pinnacle of his power before even being appointed to the seat. Noah refers to him as a child and comments that he became the fifth sword of invisibility. The guy kneels down in front of him and tries being humble by saying that he doesn't deserve it. The red-haired girl agrees with him, telling him that he is lacking since he almost got defeated by someone that week. Noah then asks him how that person was able to figure out that they were gathering here today. It didn't seem like he was here on his own and was probably following the orders of the Alliance. Izel sighs hearing this and comments that they know so much about them. On the other hand, they know nothing about the Alliance. This makes her a bit mad, and she asks the guy what he had been doing in the Alliance all this time. Wyan quickly apologizes to both of them, and the topic shifts to the upcoming event. Noah makes it clear that he doesn't want any trouble. While they leave, the girl tells him that he has gotten too soft since he should have at least cut off Wyan's arm to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Bro is almost pissing himself from fear and anger towards our boy since he is the one behind all this. Back at the academy, his head teaching assistant seems a bit stressed after learning that their plan was leaked. Wee-hen just told him that he would kill him if they don't find that X-person soon. The guy slams his desk in anger, unable to understand how that person knows about all of their plans. Only this group and the elders knew about that meeting, so it's impossible for an outsider to get that info. Just then, the guy looks at the girl and begins to question if she was the one who leaked it. The scene shifts to the house again where we see the poor chick being bullied by the girl. It tells them that it doesn't like being touched and talks about what the humans did to it in the sanctuary. However, little Gel doesn't seem to understand any of it and continues holding it like a plushie. Her sister has even put a ribbon on its head even though the chick is not female. She starts recording this thinking that it's loving the ribbon. Just then, her wild sister comes in and asks what that is. She grabs the chick by its head and asks them if they picked it up from the streets. Seeing this, Gale immediately tells her to put it down. The girl then asks her for the name of the chick, but since they can't seem to understand it, she simply tells her that its name is Peep Peep. While they talk, the poor chick has to endure the smell of cigarettes coming out of Yoram's mouth. To make things worse, she even starts licking it, which makes the poor chick pass out. After having a taste, she leaves commenting that it doesn't even taste good for a chicken. Meanwhile, her sister is mad at her for bullying her friend and starts hitting her. The two of them start calling each other names, and Yoram eventually starts beating the crap out of her sister. Seeing them both fighting, the little girl quickly picks up the remote and shares a video of them. Just then, Baum enters the room and tells her that she shouldn't mess around with other people's stuff. She also tells the other sisters to stop fighting. As soon as she picks up Jail, she gets zapped and sees a vision of the future. This makes her run to our boy who already knows what happened. Seems like he is going out, so she asks if she can join too. Surprisingly, he doesn't refuse this time, and instead tells her that he needs her help. Seeing her so shocked, he mentions that she can just stay if she doesn't want to go, but the girl reveals that she was just too happy, since this is the first time he has asked for her help. The scene changes to the association's secret base where BM excitedly introduces everyone. On his side is an old woman named Lihua and Minamoto, while on the other side is our boy and Bomb. GD simply introduces himself as the demonic human hunter, and the girl says that she is his assistant. Hearing this, she and the old woman start complimenting each other. This makes Minamoto annoyed, and she stands up complaining that it's a bit too much. Even though she asked for their help, she couldn't accept his attitude since he didn't tell her anything about himself. BM tries to calm her down, but it doesn't seem to be working. Jitai looks at her and asks if she wants to see his powers for herself. This makes the girl even more furious, and she prepares for a fight. Before she can unsheath her sword, the granny warns her that she will die the moment she makes a single move. While Minamoto is confused, the granny sips on her tea and apologizes on her behalf. She then turns directly to our boy and asks him if he is on the side of humanity.